What up, YouTube? Boom, bang, bop, pow, music on. Ahem. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to today. We got some big plans in store. Big plans. I watched, what was it? An hour and a half. I watched a movie, basically, on how to develop enemies and how to make enemies good, following the Halo approach is what I'll call it. The Halo approach. Skibidi Toilet, congratulations on first. So following this Halo approach, I think there are some things we can do. Camilos, congratulations on second. I think there are some things we can do that will help us making our enemies more exciting, more interactive, better. The problem with it means it's also far more complex, but that's okay. That's okay. We can fix that up. Boom. So what do I mean by like making the enemies more complex and interactive and all that? So it's basically designing the enemies in such a way that they interact with not only their environment, but what is going on in the game. So similar to like grunts in Halo. If this is a grunt in Halo, boom, there he is, little grunt in Halo. If one of the elites dies, big strong elites, if one of them dies, all the grunts will throw their arms up in the air and they'll scream and they'll be like, ah, our leader's dead, and then run away. Something like that. Max, congratulations on third. Another thing that they do is they'll take cover when things are shooting. If a grunt gets hit, sometimes he'll just immediately turn tail and run. He'll be like, screw this, and then run. So a lot of things like that. If you get really close to an elite, they'll bash you. They'll start just absolutely destroying you. So it's stuff like that that I think we could incorporate into our scientists. Now, the other thing is we got a couple changes here from Ironic. That we're going to look at. So this was more towards Ironic's idea of what direction to take the game. And that is removing, so we remove the character. And we start off as the little goo guy, little tiny goo experiment, where you can shoot, and you still got your grappling abilities, of course, and your smashing ability. Oh, wait. Boom. So we still got that. And then you can pick up things that will make you stronger. This thing's a little broken with the slam recovery. I need to read the code. I didn't read the code why he made it swap into the slam recovery, but it seems weird to do that. But yeah, so stuff like that. If you want to make AI like that, you really need to set up a proper state machine. Yeah, but that's the thing. I still have yet to figure out what is a proper state machine. And because that's kind of the big part, is what is a proper state machine? Is it doing the node-based state machine? Because we have a proper state machine. Like this is a finite state machine right here. Just this, where you can only do the specific actions that were laid out in front of you. I'd be cautious about taking things from that moronic. Dude, suspicious. Not really situation, not really. Howdy, Sam, how you doing? So we have, yeah, we could do this. What game are you creating? On Roblox or what? No. This is on Godot. So, Roblox, I think, is less of it's a game engine. I don't think it's the best for game development, if I'm being honest. Because I've tried looking at Roblox before. It's just I didn't like the community around it, I guess would be the term. Focus on work, you darn tootin'. So basically what we're doing here is we're trying to figure out, okay, we need to make our enemies more advanced. Right now they have some behaviors where sometimes they'll retreat, they'll They'll start shooting randomly when they're retreating, which I want to fix up a little bit more as well. Attacking, he's just standing there and shooting. He should go shoot, move, is probably what he should be doing here. Yeah, and then he retreats when he hits a low health. Howdy, Creaky, how you doing? And thank you for the follow. Welcome to our team. You now have access to our beautiful and immaculate team emotes you can use to welcome people to the team. So we got these legs too. I'm not quite sure what the purpose of the legs are that Ironic is making. Is this like I'm assuming it's kind of like a power up. And I think it's pretty cool. Who's gonna clean up all this goo? It's a great question. When did you add all this? I didn't. Well, I added the enemy stuff yesterday. The thing like the character model and these legs. The character model and legs, Ironic just added. It looks like yesterday. So we need to bust through his code, see what's actually going on here. There is an issue with the state swaps, where it's going to slam recovery, which I don't know why. I need to look at that. But yeah, this has been a thing. I think you should set up node-based one. It's like 30 lines of boilerplate. If it's really that, if it is really that bad, you can always change it. That's true. That's true. When you release, is it playable or are you not going to release? Creaky fan. Of course we're releasing a game. Of course. Right now we're in the prototype stage. So we already have a bunch of games that we've done. I don't count itch releases as an official release. So we only have one official release so far, which is on iOS. Just a completely free game. We just want to get something out there. So now we're working on a Steam game. To work on a Steam game though, we need to find and figure out what a good game is and try to figure that out. What up, Derryberry? How you doing? Good morning to you as well. So we're trying to figure out what is a fun game and how to make what we're doing with this idea. We know so far that the grappling feels good, the slamming feels good, but what else do we do? So I'm thinking of enhancing all the enemies today. I think that's going to be the play. I just watched an hour-and-a-half video, and I'm doing good, Derryberry. I'm doing good. I watched an hour-and-a-half video on how Halo sets up their enemies, and I do think Halo has some of the best enemy interactions. Like, you know when a grunt is doing something, when an elite's doing something, even the brutes and the jackals. Like, you can see, you look at them and you're like, oh, I know how they're going to interact. And I think that's really cool. So we could set something up like that for our scientists as well. Let me pull up Notion here. So what I'm thinking is the basic scientists will be basically grunts. Basically like grunts. That's the idea. Speaking of Steam, remember that gag game I mentioned, possibly working on it a while ago? Yeah, we decided to go for it. Let's go. 4 hours a week from now until February. That's not too bad. Once it's done, it'll be free on Steam for April 1st. Yes, April 1st. Wait, it's free on Steam on April 1st. Oh no, you're right. Are you gonna tell me it's gonna be like a free game, but then you have to pay money for it once you download the game or something like that? Is it one of those gags where it's like, oh yeah, it's free, you just have to pay for the actual stuff? I don't know, I'm interested to play it. What up, Katie? How you doing? Long time no see. All right, let's see here. So I first want to figure out what Ironic was doing with the legs and how that's all working. We have the slam recovery. That's normal. Oh no, no costs. There's a stretch goal for free day 1 DLC for extra gags. We shall see if it happens. Oh, okay. I'm looking forward to it. This should be good. Free only on April 1st, then second, it's a lot of money. That would be good. All right, let's see here. So he swapped the, right, left. Yeah, swap the left and right click for shooting and for grappling, which I don't know if I like that or not. I just have to kind of feel it and see. What are you building now? We are building out a game. We're not quite sure what that game is yet. We're mostly messing with the mechanics that we know work and we know are fun, and then trying to prototype it out. So we're thinking something like a roguelite or roguelike type thing, with enemies and shooting and slamming into the ground, that kind of stuff. That's what we got so far. I wanted to add things like objectives. So like you stand on this objective, drones fly out. Where are they? Why is there only one? What? Okay, well, drones fly out and you have to shoot them. You get more powerful and stuff like that. But Ironic added these legs here that when you jump on them, you now have legs, which is cool. I don't know what they do yet, but it's cool. It does make the slam animation cool because you go head first, which makes sense. But I'm trying to read the code and figure out what he was working on here. What was going on? Oh, they can do anything you want them to do. There we go. Okay. I see what the idea is going for though. It's progression, yeah. So you're progressing by like getting these upgrade enhancement type things. I just want to see. I guess it would be on the actual legs. Yeah, active equals true. We show them, play the sounds. And then this is the swing blend amount. If state is swinging, else it's 0. Okay. If we're on the ground, player velocity 2D rotated by our rotation Y. Okay. Transition act jump. I think this is weird though. Entering the slam recovery state on the landing. I think that feels weird, but we can look deeper at that. So yeah, I think the idea of having these robot legs is really cool. I don't know which direction we would want to go though. Like, would we want to go the direction of you're picking up science tools as this little goo guy and going about it? Or do we do you're the goo guy, but you're growing instead? So instead of picking up legs, you're absorbing goo and then you sprout legs, that kind of thing. So I'm not sure about that yet. Although I think these legs are really cool so far. We could do something simple like increasing your jump height with these legs. That kind of stuff. I do think going into the slam recovery feels weird though. Because if I spam jump, I just keep stopping and then I'll eventually break it. Which is weird. And I think that's because of the slam recovery. Boom. We're in moving state right now. Swinging, there we go. Boom. Beautiful. Beautiful. It is pretty good though. I think it's pretty good so far. So what I wanted to do today is I wanted to work on these enemies. Because as you can see, yeah, they're attacking us, but I want them to have more pizzazz to them. Not just like stand there and shoot or run away and retreat. And I know a lot of that's going to come from juicing them, like putting an animation on them and adding voice lines and sound effects and stuff. But I think we can do some other things first, messing with their behaviors. So I watched the video on how Halo does all their enemies. I watched that. It was over an hour. It was like an hour and a half. And I watched all of it. And now I think I need to put it into action, or else then I haven't learned anything from the video. So what I want to do is really take into account what is going on, how they're going to interact with their environment, and all that. So that got me thinking, for those of you who don't know, like the Halo enemy movements, it's basically taking the environment as a factor for determining how the enemies are going to behave and act, along with things like they have different behaviors. So some will be more skittish, some will be more aggressive, that kind of stuff. It's like making it feel more alive, like your actions as the player will affect the enemy. And it's very complex, but I think we could do it. to a lesser extent to what they do, because what they do is, I mean, they have a lot that goes into it. But I think we can do a single A approach to it. I think so. And the way we'd be doing that is just through our simple state machine here. And then maybe even doing a like set behavior type tree thing. So what I'm thinking first off is we want the enemies. Let's get the moving, the attacking, the retreating, and cowering set. So my thought process here is we can kind of follow the Halo approach to it. So scientists, normal scientists will kind of be like our version of the Halo grunts. They'll be like a grunt, like a grunt from Halo. So they're more skittish. They like to stay together, and they are, well, like I said, skittish, so they'll run away. The failed experiments, I'm thinking these are more like the jackals or even the brutes, for that matter. So they can be either hyper aggressive, or they can basically they're basically things to stop the player from moving. Howdy, Nora, how you doing? That's basically their role. And then the SWAT scientists, we gotta think of a better name for them. These are more like the elites. So like the elites from Halo. These guys are the big scary ones that are highly trained. They will seek cover. They will dodge attacks, and they will also get the scientists to kind of flock to them. So if there's a single SWAT, as an example, one of the behaviors we can do is if we have a single SWAT scientist dude, and then we have a bunch of regular scientists, if this SWAT scientist dies, all of these guys can just start taking off and running in different directions trying to seek cover. I think that's going to be a really cool behavior to set up. And I think that's going to be part of the selling point to this game, where yes, it's like a basic roguelite or roguelike, where you're just trying to complete it. But a lot of roguelites don't have good enemy behavior. It's usually just they come at you, and maybe they'll have something like they don't have the behavior, they just have actions that happen. So one enemy will shoot like this. One enemy will shoot straight on. One enemy will do a wind up and then charge forward. That's what most of these games within the genre is what I'm seeing, is this stuff. So think like Vampire Survivors, Brotato, even Megabonk. They're very simplistic enemies. So I think what we could do is add these behaviors to them, along with things like little voice lines and whatnot, just to make them sound, to make it very obvious what these enemies are behaving and thinking as. So step one is let's get the little scientist grunts going. So to do that, I want to do, let's see, in the moving state, we swap to the attack state. After the attack state, what I want to do is I want them to shoot and then check if they need to reposition. I think that's going to be good, because right now they just move and then they just start shooting, and that's it. That's it. So what we can do here is in state attacking, we will say if global position dot distance to the player dot hit marker. I'll just do the player. Global position is greater than or equal to the attack range. Then we can enter the moving state. Enter moving state. Very basic, simple. So now what should happen is if the enemy's in the attacking state and we go too far from them. So here they are. He's going to attack me. We run away. Let's grab this. It feels weird to be a little too, I think we're a little too low to the ground. At least it feels that way. So if I run away, good. Now he just repositioned. Wait. There they go. They're in the moving state. Ah. Wait, no, they're in the attacking state still. They're moving in the attacking state. So we need a line of sight then, is what we're going to need next. So they need to move until they are in line of sight of the player. So the way we're going to do that is we could have a raycast on the enemy, sorry. A raycast on the enemy to check if they are within line of sight. Appreciate the lurk view, right? Yeah. Yeah. So before we enter the attacking state, if distance is less than or equal to the attack range, and then let's do a function for checking line of sight. So we'll do attack, cower, shoot. We'll do it over here, I guess. Boom, that's on hit. I'm gonna leave that there. Boom, boom, boom. Funk is in LOS, which will return a bool. And what we're gonna do for this in LOS, we'll just do that for now. Let's get a, what up, Gaming? How you doing? Oh, not Control Shift A. We want to do a, in League? No, LOS, line of sight, not LOL, No. We can do a raycast, although maybe there's a better way of doing raycast. Instead of a raycast, we could do like a path. No, we don't need the path. We were doing a path for the mimic chests before, but that was for their movement, I believe. Yeah. So what we can do is have a raycast, and this raycast will go, honestly, I think the target, we just do target position, player, collide with both. And what we'll say is, LOS, or we'll do LOS, little capitals, LOS ray, like so. And then we'll do boop, boop. Up here, we can export var LOS ray as a raycast 3D. Let's set that before I forget it. Oh wait, I'm not gonna be able to because of this. There we go. LOS ray, boom, boom. And then what we do is we say, ooh, okay, two different options. We keep the LOS ray within the physics process, so it's constantly going and constantly repositioning. Or we just do it when we check is in LOS. I think that might be better, is to just check it. So we'll take the LOS ray dot target position equals player dot current dot hit marker dot global position. So this sets the ray to go right at the player. Next, we need to say, if LOS ray dot get collider, or get, is it collider or be collision? I think it'd be collision. Yeah, we want dot get collision. That's the point. Maybe we do want collider. Yeah, I think I was right. I think we do want get collider. So returns if object in the ray, i.e. is colliding, returns false. Subject's not guaranteed collision object. For example, if the ray intersects a CSG shape or grid map, the method will return CSG shape or grid map. Okay, so if get collider is CSG shape, then we return false. Otherwise, we return true. We could do that first and see if this works. It should work, because if it hits the CSG shape, then it's going to return false. Otherwise, it will return true, which means it's looking at the player. Yeah. So then we will do up here for attacking, or no, sorry, moving to attacking. And we'll say if distance is less than or equal to the attack range, Then we will do, then we can check if is in LOS, enter, like that. But if they're not in LOS, we need them to reposition. So how do we get them to now reposition to where they are always in line of sight, or reposition to be in line of sight? Let's think. We could give it, I don't want to give it like a random position. Howdy, Lupo. How you doing? I don't want to reposition it to where it's random. Because we're just getting straight, we're just getting the position of the player. So we need the position in LOS. Okay. So how do we tell it to, or which, how do we know what direction to tell it to go? What is it supposed to do gameplayly? So this is supposed to make it to where when we go like on top of a pillar or on top of a pipe, the enemies won't just come right under it, and instead they're going to reposition to be in line of sight so they can shoot. They've been visiting Twitch drummer streams. Most of them are Italian American. Huh. Kind of look like you too. That's crazy. It's almost like I'm Italian as well. Crazy. Maybe I am a secret drummer. Well, that will probably be very hard to code and design. Absolutely will be. But I think that will give us a more of an edge to this game. Something, a differentiator, if you will. Because it's not impossible to code. We have the tools to do it. Just have to think about it. Well, think about how far. How far? So how far would be the scientist would have to travel when you're standing on top of that pipe. So if we're standing on top of the pipe, let's say we're on this pipe right here, and the scientist is underneath us. We need him to reposition literally anywhere here. So what we could do is, if it's even possible. Well, it's possible. We know for a fact it's possible. It's not about impossibility. It's just about how to do it. Let's see. We want them to go anywhere around here where the ray will hit us. So if this is us, player. Wow, that's some bad handwriting. And they have to get there before the player is left. Right. We could keep them always in line of sight. To do that, it's basically this raycast will hook. It'll be like if the target dummy is the enemy, and then we'll say this is us. We have the raycast going out, always attached to the player. Oh, we've done this before. Instead of doing a raycast, we do a path. Right? I think that's what we did before. I need to look at this. Because we did a path for the mimic. And that was to get the tongue. But then also we did it for moving around a pillar. And it sets the new position to move based on that. So let's look at the, that's the tongue. Let's go to the mimic. Chest, mimic. No, the path was just to animate the tongue. No. We had a path for moving as well. We had another path for moving around a pillar. Because I remember distinctly going, I don't know if it was a path or a cast, but we had something where they would go around. Let's go like this, and let's do, maybe it was just the visible paths, and then let's do chest mimic like that. Maybe it was just the navigation path that was doing this. I thought so. Like, we have the path here, right? This guy doesn't. Oop, just kill him real quick. There we go. Let's activate this. Ooh, the lag. Maybe it was the navigation path. Show visible navigation path. Maybe that's what it was. He's still not moving. Oh, he tongued me. Yeah, I think it was the navigation path, actually. No, what the? Might have been the navigation path then. So what we could do then is we keep the navigation, but it's always going to come close. It doesn't take into the verticality. So we need a way for it to determine. Like, we have a path to determine if it can shoot. But we also need a... Where is it? Chest mimic scene. Debug enable. We also need a... Where's the path? Okay, why is that? Oh, there we go. This path right here is what I was talking about. So we can figure out a way for this. How do we get the verticality on it? Of the navigation path. I guess we could ignore the Y. Or maybe don't. Let's close this. Go to the enemy. Navigation path. Debug on. And then let's see what they're doing currently. Okay. So let's get up top. Whoa. Oop. Oh my lord. The little, might need to make the guy bigger. Okay. So their navigation path is not connected. So they're just stuck. As you can see, they're just spinning. So what we need to do is, if they're on a point, we can just pick a random position to move and try that first. So if they're not in line of sight, and if the Y is greater than something else, it'd be impossible for them to hit you from anywhere. Unless they're on the same height or above you. They could hit me from here. Nah, you don't think so? They could definitely hit me if I was standing here. No, they could hit me from... They might be able to. They definitely can't hit me if I'm here. Well, if I'm here, they could hit me from over here. They can hit you from a perfect spot. I mean, I guess if you don't, if you ignore the range, they could hit here. Okay. What we do then is, so then that, just to give them more, so let's just say the enemy will be able to go to a position itself to hit you from here. What we could do instead is if we're not in line of sight, then the enemy will just start wandering around. So we'll make it pick a random point within like this area, and it will just wander around looking for the player. And then the moment the player enters back into their line of sight, then they can go back to chasing. Maybe that's the play. So we don't have to worry about trying to get them to perfectly do it. It's like here, that makes sense. That makes sense. And if I stand up on this box, wait, on the box, up. There we go. Yeah, he can't shoot me, even though he should be able to shoot me. Yeah. Let's do, can I can't turn on ray shooting. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, you need to read, unfortunately. Using navigation links. Mesh polygons, navigation, arbitrary distance. Consider jump movement, shortcuts, and pathfinding. Available for interfacing. Connect to the navigation mesh. This is the edge connection. So if we had like a jump for the enemies to do, this is a nav region, this is a nav region, and then this is nothing. Then this edge connection would do this. Yeah, like every single platform in your game. You're right. They have a start position, end position, both directions when bidirections enabled. When placed with a navigation link, connects the navigation mesh polygons to the closest start and end. Yes, right here. Just the picture I just drew. It connects that, but we don't need any jumping right now. This is only for jumping on things, right? Here, triggers. So if it wants to go here and it reaches this point here, that's when you would call for a jump to get over there. Linking two spots that don't have polygons between it, right? But we don't need that right now, because there is polygons between, like, we're not trying to get them to jump up top yet. That's a different type of enemy that we'll do, and we can use the linking for that for sure. For sure. Okay, so what we'll do then is in the enemy script, here, this is proper because if they're in line of sight, enter attacking state. Let's do a distance to the player. Okay, let's do another function real quick for is in line of sight. Function can hit player void, and we'll do var distance to player equals global position dot distance to player dot current dot global position. Then we'll do a if this is gonna be a Boolean, by the way. Cool. And then we just return distance to player less than or equal to attack range and is in LOS. Like that. What up, Jeff? It's almost Minecraft time. Oh dear. I've been here lurking. What up, Luigi? Welcome in. Sorry, I like zoned out looking at code for a sec. All right, so can hit player. This is just gonna collapse our distance check basically into one function. Make it a little bit easier. So if this is false, it returns false. And then if this is true and this is true, it returns true. Yeah, so up here, we'll do if can hit player, then we enter the attacking state, like that. I'm preparing. What are you preparing for? All right, can hit player, enter attacking state. I think what I can do is, do I want this below or above? Maybe it doesn't matter right now. I think that's fine. Enter attacking state. So if our distance and if we're in line of sight. If we're not in line of sight, then we need to reposition. Something I should have done months ago. Oh, and what is that? Let's do, so if we can't hit the player, then we're gonna want to swap to, we need to reposition. Enter attack state. Then we'll do another elif. Distance is less than or equal to attack range. Then we can do probably do our enter wandering state. Like that. Finally getting a game done, at least a playable demo. Let's go, Luigi. That's awesome. That's awesome. Finally doing it. Howdy, Jeff. How are you doing? Enter wandering state. Yeah. Sorry, howdy lag here. All right, so we'll do a wandering state. Idle wandering. And then we need to add that in. So state.wandering. Pass. And then enter wandering state. We'll do it up here. And we'll do func enter wandering state, outputting a void, state equals state.wandering. Cool. Bam. And then when we enter the wandering state, what I want to do is do the we can set the navigation target position as a random position near the player or near the thing, the enemy. So nav agent dot target position equals global position plus we'll do this random offset as a vector 3 equals vector 3 lowercase, uppercase. There we go. Currently working on my first character and tile sheet. Let's go, Luigi. Keep it up. Keep it up. You're just in the starting stages. Just in the starting stages. Rand float range from, let's go like -10 to 10. And then we could just do 0. And then, oop, that's in, but it's within the same parentheses. Awkward. There we go. Copy. 0. Boom. There we go. So now we have a random range. So we can do plus random offset. That's our new position. Next, we need to do a var direction equals our global position dot direction to the nav agent dot next to next path position. Then we'll do a, we don't need to do a distance actually, because yeah, we're already in the wandering state anyways. Oh, we should probably still do the distance actually, because we're gonna check that later. Dot distance to player dot current dot global position. Now we need to say if we have a direction, we will rotation dot y equals lerp angle rotation dot y tan 2 negative velocity dot x negative velocity dot z and then rotation speed times delta. There we go. Lurk for a second. Appreciate the lurk. There we go. So now we need to do some more spaces, and we'll do our velocity dot x equals lerp from velocity dot x to direction, set up straight for this, to direction dot x. Oh, there we go. Times our movement speed because it's a velocity over acceleration. Okay. Now velocity dot z equals lerp velocity dot z direction dot z times movement speed over acceleration. There we go. Now we need to say if the player is in LOS while we're moving. Is it within the if? I think so. If can hit player, we will say enter attack state. And then we need to say if the, actually, I think that's fine. I don't think we really need the distance check here in wandering. So the way this should work, and we need move and slide. There we go. So the way this should work is if the enemy is moving and we get to a point where they can't see us, they should wander. They should wander. Yeah. Let's see what happens. Okay. Boom. Ooh. Holy moly. Okay, that's a, with the new character, because he's so low to the ground, it does make it a lot harder to grapple around, which is a big issue. We'll need a fix. I messed it up. Oh. Let's get a... Oh. It's the release. The release is rough. There we go. Okay. They should start wandering. They are rapidly. So what they need to do is they need to wait until they hit that point position before doing it again. So we'll do in the enemy for wandering. We can say await nav agent dot it's like path reached or something like that is what it is. So you need to get them to keep Y velocity. Cool. Target position, get final position. There's like a signal or something for when they reach the path position. Let's try position. Reached, link reached, but the link would be, that is between, right? Emitted when the agent moves within the desired distance of the next position. Oh, okay. So we could do that. Let's see what that does. Oh. Oh. There we go. He's not in the wander. Oh, he's wandering. No, they're moving. Why are they not in the wandering state? They should be in the wandering state. So they're still stuck in moving here. Enemy. Let's look at the moving state. Oh. Let's change it to an else. Enter wandering state. All right, he's retreating. He's cowering. Up. Why is he... Okay, that means what we need to do is in the beginning, instead of this here, we need to say if nav agent dot target reached. Oh. Oh. Wait, no. Do it up here. Or down here. Await nav agent dot target reached. Dot. There's no like timeout on it, so we just await. Once per loaded path. Did you hear about Amazon Web Services having issues? No, I did not. What's the idea there? What kind of issues are they having? Oh, I missed. Oh. They're just teleporting to the positions. Huh. Now they're in the attacking. Wandering. And they're just teleporting there. They're not following through. The reason they're not following through is because the way the physics process is working is they're going down it and then they wait but they're not lerping it needs to be a continuous lerp. That's why. Long story short, if cloud services weren't able to identify handshaking protocols. Oh, they weren't able to. Ooh. Let's do this. Then we need to do sets the position. Don't set a new random offset every frame. Right. That's what I was about to fix. Let's see. I could do a set new random position. Yeah, I could do that. Set new random position. We'll do func set new random position. Vector 3. Return. Actually, var random offset. I'll just snag these lines up here. Boom. And then I do return global position plus random offset. Expected block. Oh. Oop. Why did that double up? There we go. Set new random position. Up here. Set new random position. And what we do is if nav agent dot target reached, do that, copy that. When we enter the wandering state, we will set a new one. Boom. And then here, if it's reached, then we set the new position. Try that out for size. Handshaking is kind of step before authentication. Yeah, it's like the make sure the connection's been made. Oh. Okay, we're here. Nuts. Better. They're still freaking out though. Am I still setting it somewhere else? I might be. Nav agent target position. Target reached is the target position. That's signal. Right, so we await till the signal's been emitted, right? Just before navigation finished when the target is reachable. See get final position. You don't if a signal. Oh wait, target reached. Dot. Oh wait, I can just do this. Ooh, but I need to check if they're in the wandering state. Because what I can do here is instead I do connect target reach to a function. Right. I'll do this. So I'll do func on target reached and we will set the new position here. But we also need to only do this if we are wandering though. So I'll do nav agent dot target reached dot connect on target reached, where we will set the new position only if we are in the wandering state. So on target reached, where did I put it? On attack on target reached. If state dot wandering, do that. Otherwise we'll just return. Ignore it. Doesn't look like... I can't read what state they're in. Does that say wandering? Or moving? I had to make their labels bigger. Cowering. Oh, that's why. Attacking. So it should be the attacking guy. Should be in the moving state. That's retreating. Because he hits low. Where did you go? Huh. Attacking. No, you're wandering. You're wandering right into a wall, though. Move. Why are you wandering into a wall? You have no point set. Oh, that's because target was reached. And so it was returning? Enemy? On target reached. If state is wandering, then we set new position. Okay. It's a little Godot doughboy. Yeah. Wandering. We set the direction to the next path position. And then we go to it. If we can hit the player, then we enter the attacking state instead. And then when we hit the position, on target reached, if we're in the wandering state, on target reached, if we're in the wandering state, then we set the new position. Wonder if I do instead, if I could do this. Move and slide. And then I'll do copy. Go here. Boom. And then enter idle state. And then nav agent, not nav agent, state equals state dot wandering. We need a new state as a state. And we do get tree, create timer. Pause time as a float. We'll do pause time. What up, Joan? How you doing? Timeout, connect, func, state equals new state. Like that. So we'll enter the wandering, or enter idle on the end. So on attack timer on here, we do enter idle, enter idle state, with the new state being state dot wandering over the course of, we'll say 1.5 seconds. Like that. So now what will happen is when that goes off, they'll stop, then they'll get a new position and move there. Oh. Man. Okay. No one's doing anything. Why? You're in the attacking state. And you didn't change your state. You're also in the attacking state. Let me go to the attacking state and fix that then. Because they're not transferring out of the attacking state. And this is why. So we need to do... Instead of this, we can do if not in is in LOS, then we enter the moving state. Play. Gotta admit, these legs are really cool. Especially when you have that like sliding feature. All right, let's see here. I need to make their things bigger. You're in the attacking state, but you didn't swap to moving. Worked very hard for 1 hour on those legs. Yeah, they came out really good. Like the sliding on it, especially. Not the sliding, the animation on it. It looks like you're actually flying through. And then the walking too, you got the little wobble going. The jump, it feels good. Like the legs feel good. It has 4 swinging and walking directions. Holy moly. Boom. Bam. Okay, they're still not swapping out of that attacking though. But, nice but. What's the but? Can I critique the model? It's up to Ironic. I'm always down for critiques. Let's see. Let me go into the enemy. I love the Godot enemies. They're just placeholders. Here's our debug label. Let's switch the font size to 72. 400. We can't miss it now. It's just not possible. There we go. They still have a guide model though. What do you mean? It's fine. I love the animation, but about the mesh itself, I feel like even given low poly style, lower part could be subdivided more. Especially the cable. I could see that. Like make the cable a little bit more rounded instead of that jaggedy low style. That's kind of, I think Ironic likes that style. Because you're saying like the little connectors here, right here. You could subdivide that more to make it more rounded. I think that's just Ironic style. Weird feeling seeing the top really round. I see. Oh. All right, now we can clearly read their states. Cowering, wandering, but you're not actually wandering. Why aren't you wandering? They're not actually moving when they wander. Some people just don't appreciate artistry. This is looking good. Someday I'll make something good too. What do you mean, JD? You already started making something really good. I thought I forgot what it was called already. The original game that you were working on. I've started lots of things. Just gotta finish now. You gotta finish. You can't start working and then just not finish. I finished none. Well, it's time. It's time to do the finish. The big finish. The big finish. Slime hook is amazing. Yeah, I like the hook a lot. And we need to tweak the movement on it just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Problem with your state machine is that you've tried to make it do a bunch of things at the same time instead of going one state at a time slowly. Am I doing too much on the states? Let's see. So in the wandering state, we set the direction. If we have a direction, we are then moving to that direction. Yep, moving to that direction. If we can hit the player. Wait, what is can hit player versus LOS? Oh, can hit is the insight and LOS, okay. If we can hit the player, then we swap to the attacking state. I probably don't even need the return here. That's pretty basic. I don't need a slowdown on it. I don't think I need a slowdown on it. Now, when that goes off, when we hit the target, that would be on target reached, where we say, okay, on target reached, if we're in the wandering state, then we will enter the idle state for 1.5 seconds, which would then swap us to the wandering. Enter state, idle state, or enter idle state. Here. Oh, what the heck? That's not right. State equals state dot idle. That's why I was breaking. Enter the idle state. We create a timer that will then swap us out of the idle state into a new state. But instead of doing state equals, instead what I need to do is new state callable as a callable. And then what I need to do is say connect new state callable. There we go. That's why that was breaking. So now on enter idle state here, I can do enter idle state, enter wandering state. Bam. Howdy, Cam. Truly a deranged function. I don't think it's that deranged. Because the idle state we're just using as like a middleman point just to get a nice pause between the enemy moving. So he gets to his position, we'll have him like look left, look right kind of deal, and then go from there. And that way we can do it from other things too. So if we want him like dazed or something, like he just did a full sprint and then hit a wall or something, enter idle state, and then it swaps us into whatever the next one's gonna be. All right, let's see if that worked. Those fixes. What's, oh, AWS, I see. Boom, wandering, idle, wandering, idle. Look at that, look at that. Okay, they do need to slow down though. Yep. So I need to put their deceleration up a little bit more when they're in the idling state. So we'll do in the idle state here. It's already 10 times delta. Dang, we're gonna have to pump that up to 20. Boom, boom. Maybe that'll work. Yeah. Bam. Mm-hmm. Wandering, idle, wandering, idle, wandering, idle. So now we need to get, oh, now he's attacking. Wandering, idle. Ah, the attack range is really small. That's why. Okay. Wandering? They're stuck wandering. Why? Why are you stuck wandering? Attacking. Congrats, you've just made Realm Rapture again. No, 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 ironic. We didn't make Realm Rapture again. I think you missed what I said in the beginning of the stream. We're making these enemies like little grunts from Halo. So what we're doing first is fixing up what we currently have, and then we can start adding in the behaviors, because you start off with like base behaviors, which is what we're doing right now, like base actions, I should say, and then we can start tying in behaviors to those actions, along with environmental details. So for example, if we huck a goo ball at someone who's cowering, they're gonna jump and dive the other way. That kind of stuff. Although that's not working. Enemy. Attacking, retreating. Wall detector is colliding. That's just, it's the ugliest physics process I think everyone has written. What? What's wrong with the physics process? It's just a state machine. Why do you have move and slide in every one of them? Because I don't want it in everything. And so you have to call it separately. And then on top of that, we want to actually have a return here as well, on every single one of them. That way it slows it down. They're robot legs now. Yeah. No, you don't. That's made up. Is it? This doesn't save your physics time at all? Because when we did this for Instagram, that saved us a ton. It went from like 26 to 20. And what was it? Milliseconds on the frame count, or MS, whatever the heck that is. So it does something. Exactly what it does, I still don't know, but I know it does something. Same thing with calling move and slide here. Okay, it's Kavino shamanistic coding. No, I learned this. I learned this from someone else. I mean, I can just move. I can just take, move, and slide and pop it out. That's not a big deal. That's just boom, boom, done. And then I just slap it right here. If that makes you happy. But that doesn't magically make the code look better. Machine spirits, speak to him. I don't know what makes this look ugly. I got is lerping velocity too? Why isn't that just outside? Because they have different directions. And not all of them do we want to lerp to a specific point. Then the state changes the direction. I see. Okay, so then the state would change the direction. Okay. Which means we need a class variable for direction. Doesn't matter, you need to refactor this when a real AI guy joins the team anyways. Ironic. I've mastered the AI stuff. I've mastered it. I watched the YouTube video. It makes me a pro, right? I watched the whole video. I took notes. I rewinded. You watched one GDC talk. Yeah, and that just inherently makes me a professional, right? That's how it works. We watch one and then we implement. Watch one, implement. So what I can do to clean this up then is I can take this, boom, and then I just cut it. Which GDC talk Doom's AI? No, Halos. Because Halo has better AI than Doom. No question about it. Boom, boom. Just objectively. Boom, boom. Boom. And then we don't have a direction. So what we need to do is we need to make direction a class variable. So put it up here. Var direction. And then delete this. Boom. Boom. And then delete this. Boom. Cool. And then we'll do okay. So if this is the case, what we need to do is set our stuff. So we'll do that. We'll do this. We will do this. Boom, boom. There we go. Boom. Boom. There. Okay. There we are. I watched a video on Dark Souls AI. I'm an expert in dynamic AI. There's one for Fears AI. The best one back in the day. Blew everyone's mind. Oh, I don't know I'm not familiar with that game. Okay. So what we need to actually do here is we're going to need to do our movement class as well if we're doing it this way. So in that way we can adjust the movement speed, the accelerations, and the deceleration. Ugh. I'm also an expert in AI. I studied AI at Labubu University. You don't know Fear? No, I've heard of it, but I don't know it. Okay. Before I do that, let's just see if that breaks them all. It shouldn't. Cool. Hup. There we go. These guys are cowering behind a pillar. Then what I need to do is, while they're cowering, if the player comes within range, they need to run away again. This guy's wandering, but he's not moving. Huh. He should be in the idle state, but he's not flipping from wandering to idle. That's not good. At Labubu U, very prestigious. They only allow the smartest people to study there. I watched a video. But that Skibidi has never seen a university. Maybe. Or maybe Skibidi Toilet Fan is actually a doctorate in game development. Maybe Skibidi Toilet is actually John Carmack. Maybe. All right, let's see. Pick initial behavior. Where'd my music go, by the way? Oh, it keeps saying, "Are you still watching?" Yes, I am. Okay. Here we are. Nav agent position. We don't need this distance right now. Ah. This is the issue. Right here. If we can't hit the player, then we enter the attacking state. Then we do an elif. If we're not is in LOS, then we'll enter the wandering state. How is this not nice? 70% of my friends have never set foot on a campus before as well. Really? That's weird. That's crazy. Here in the US, it's like, if you don't go to university, you're a weirdo. That's like the culture. It's like, what? Like, people are taken back. They're almost hurt, destroyed if you don't go. That's crazy. Not my fault they kicked me out of high school. Yeah, definitely not your fault. Definitely. You don't differentiate between college and university? Oh, we do, but they're kind of. They're basically the same, because a university is just a collection of colleges. That's all that is. Like, at least here, university is just a bunch of colleges, and then a college is like more specified into something. Yeah. Well, I know I'm a weirdo. No need for you to say it. That's not true here. Uni's very different from college. Oh. Because I went to a university. And that's at least my experience there. It was basically a collection of colleges. So I'd get my university degree, and then I would also be getting the college degree. So you get double degrees. And it's usually the college would be like College of Science with a focus on CS or something like that, or on cybersecurity or what have you. Meanwhile, with colleges, it would just be like bachelor in CS. Uni's academic, college is more professional oriented, aka uni is usually heavier on studying and theory, where college is more practical. Oh, see, we have things like technical colleges, where that would be more practical type of application. Usually. Most people go to college because it's cheaper than get a higher degree in uni. Really? Huh. Did not know that. Did not know that. Let's see. Cowering. If direction. So I need to, I have to do a movement class for this, don't I? Yeah, I do. Wandering. We set the direction. Wait a sec. Ah, there we go. Movement. There we go. So why was it not switching from the wandering state? So here, direction equals that. And then once we hit it, then on hit should go off. On hit will then, not on hit, not on, sorry, on, where is it? On cower timer. On target reached, here, if state is wandering, then we enter the idle state for 1.5 seconds. Enter idle state will then enter state equals state.idle. Oh, we should probably set direction to direction equals like global position, so we just stay still. See what that does. Okay, they're wandering. That guy's retreating. He's wandering but staying still. Ah. Oh. Yeah, wandering is not moving though, which is weird. I've lost, wait, most people, wait, no, now he's attacking one. Okay, when I touched him, then he started. Oh, he slides on idle, that's the problem. Huh. Huh. Most people go to college is cheaper. I've lost all desires to do anything. Do anything? Anything at all. You could make a chart to see how your state machine is wired up. Yeah, I mean, I just need to look at how it's doing this. That's all. So, in the wandering, now he switches to cowering. Oh, I can't touch him anymore. That's weird. When I have the thing on. We made Morrowind. That's a big problem. I didn't make Morrowind. Ironic. Who was it that was getting on my case saying, oh, your enemies are too bland? And then you get on me saying you're making Morrowind the moment I try to spice up the enemies? Who's saying this? Who's doing this? That's my question. Okay, so what I need to do is do a making enemies not bland, make them have backstories, and hunger meters is different. They don't have hunger meters. You can make the argument that they have backstories in a way based on how they act. You've given them toilet break states. You're telling me scientists don't use the toilet? Is that what you're telling me? I think what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to make a... Am I making a class or a resource? I think I'm making a class. So this will be a node that I will put on a thing. Yeah. And this will allow me to swap their movement speeds. I think that will work. So if I go like, take this, copy, then do a node, create, no. What's wrong? Movement settings. What's wrong with doing it this way? It just makes it so I don't have to keep creating this class every time, right? Or make it so it's only usable if the player exists. Well, I guess that's fine. Yeah, wouldn't that work? You just have a movement settings node that you just attach on as a component. Or gaslit you into using this is a big griefer? You think so? What's wrong with this? I think you're griefing me. Because this is like, after using this is super awesome. Super awesome. It allows you to quickly swap out movement profiles. So like for our swinging, instead of setting the swinging to 40 and hard coding it, this allows us to just go, hey, swing movement, and then it will set everything for swing movement. It doesn't just have to be the movement either. You can also add things like, we have movement, acceleration, deceleration. We could also do things like attack range. We could do things like pause duration, all that kind of stuff. And it allows us to just have a singular movement speed variable here, right there, a singular movement speed variable. And then instead of doing a robot leg speed modifier, we could just say, because if you have multiple modifiers, then it gets crazy. You could just have the robot legs set up. Yeah. If you love this thing so much, then marry it. Don't let me hold you back. Listen, no, ironic. I'm just trying to figure out what's the griefing part about this. Like, what's bad about this? What's terrible about this? That you're saying it's griefing. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to find some of the best solutions possible. And the only way to do that, to my knowledge, is by like through argument, through figuring out why is this bad? Not just, oh, this is bad, but why is it bad? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And so my argument is, it seems to make things easier because you can just swap over the thing. Swap the movement settings. Because Ironic said so. Is the thing invented so a guy can put it on GitHub and pretend to be smarter than you? But like, what's bad about it is the guy, because the guy might actually be smarter than me, right? Because I am aware that there is, and this is what I was watching from this is like a little Primogen short I was watching, and it was like, yeah, he was talking specifically about AI, but the way AI works is I'm parroting 100% by the way, is they'll take this answer here, whatever they think you want to hear, but the problem is this bump is all garbage code, and then this stuff over here is the actually good code. And so there's a disproportionate amount of bad code that's out there. Like, most code is really bad. And so what I'm trying to do is find this good code. This is what I'm trying to find. And so I need to question, like, what makes this thing bad? How do I know that it's here and not actually here? That's what I'm trying to figure out. So what makes movement settings bad? You can just put this in your script. Well, yeah. This is Morrowind. That doesn't... Ironic. That doesn't explain why this is bad. Like, we're trying to find the answer. We're trying to become better at game dev, better at programming. Just saying this is bad, this turns it into a Morrowind. Morrowind's not a bad thing. Right? I think Morrowind's good. Haven't played it, but I think it's good. So I don't understand what's so terrible about this. Does your scientist really need movement setting node that initializes 6 different movement settings that you have to swap between every state? Or does it need it? Does it need it? No, it doesn't need it. But if we have it, then why not use it? Because, like, in theory, you could just keep swapping them all out. Yeah, you can give it a 4.5 walking speed, 6.0 running speed, right? You could do that. But if we're trying to make a complex enemy, because that's what we're doing, we're making a Halo grunt, basically. Only a slightly more dumbed down version of it. That's the goal. Like, we can't be making crappy enemies here. We got to make a good game. And to make a good game, yeah, we're going to have to dive into a little bit more complex stuff. AAA stuff, if you will. Because you got to remember, the goal is not to make bad games. The goal is to make really good games. And really good games also tend to be on the more complex side. AAA got a quadruple A, yeah. You're trying to make an enemy that makes sense, and this moving class stuff is senseless. And it's senseless. What do you mean by senseless? I'll close that. Because it seems like that would be ideal for us instead of changing all the movement stuff, because we need a different deceleration for when we're idling versus not. What up, Diligent? How you doing? How's the stream going? It's going pretty good. Going pretty good. We're working on some complex enemy setup here. It's made up by an overeducated Farthuffer. You can just tell. Yeah, but what makes that bad is my question. Like, what's inherently bad about it that makes it worse? That's what I'm trying to get to the, like, remove all the emotions aside. What makes it good or bad? What makes it optimal or suboptimal? Because in this, what we'll have to do here is we need to change our deceleration depending on our state. And so what easier way to do that than doing this? Because you're not overeducated, and trying to be smart will just make things harder for you. Right, I could agree with that. But, like, if that's a good way to do it, then why prevent the learning from happening? Because the only way to get overeducated, which I don't even think is a word or a thing, you need to dive into more complex systems. What kind of enemy are you putting in the game? We're trying to make something like a Halo grunt, but make him a scientist. I'm gonna make the movement settings because I'm not seeing a valid argument besides this is too advanced for you. And I think that's nonsense. Movement settings. We'll put it in tools. Because that's all I'm hearing right now is it's too advanced for you. And I think that's nonsense. class name. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Be gentle? No, he's being gentle. What do you mean? So fun, easier enemy to slaughter. I'm here for it. Yeah, something like that. But it's more about the behaviors of the grunt and what they do in different situations. That's what we're trying to really set up. Okay. So what I need to do is I guess having this as a node though might be a little weird because I don't want to put all of the movements in here. I just want to make our own. Yeah. Let me put this in a way every time you try to do something advanced and complicated and have like a 6-hour ordeal, I have to help fix it. So it's nice if you have really simple problems instead. I see, I see. Have simple problems instead. I do kind of understand that. But then how do we grow if we're only having simple problems? When I'm in Halo, they run around scared and you start killing too many of them. Yeah, stuff like that, Diligent. Exactly. Or like when an elite dies, all of a sudden they run away because they're like, oh no, our leader's dead. That kind of stuff. Need to figure out how I'm setting this up though. Movement settings. And then we'll do... Howdy, Epic Aviation. How you doing? Let's see. I could just do... Because we call movement. Yep. And where am I calling this though? It's easier if all your stuff is in one script and one scene instead of trying to do it university graduated software engineer way. Is it easier that way? Because we're trying to think of what is the most efficient and effective way to do it. I guess it should be the fastest, most efficient, most effective way of doing it. And so if we do things like having a movement settings, wouldn't that be more efficient, more effective? Maybe not as fast, but the speed comes from over time. Do you have any idea what's gonna trigger those functions? Yeah, we have a state machine set up, very basic one right now. And we're just trying to get the core behaviors set up. So, or not behaviors, core actions set up. Things like running away, running to the player and attacking them, that kind of stuff. But we're looking at our speeds now because we need to change some things up. So if I did this, boom. How many types you can have? Probably like 3. Not many, not many. So if I just set this, and then we have the global here, and then I get rid of this, it should just initialize, right? Or do I have to actually put the node in? Cool. Swinging. Cool. Just do it this way. You've clearly made up your mind. You're gonna go on a big adventure now, full of hardship and mistakes. I don't think it's gonna be hardship and mistakes. We'll see, we'll see. But this is how you get better. This is how you get better, is you take on more ways of doing things. So if I do this, and we have our class here, and we can do, but how am I, oh, I'm initializing it. So all I have to do is say, in the enemy, for example, I'll do it up here. Movement stats. Then we do var normal movement as movement settings dot, or equals movement settings dot new. And then we do, I have to do movement settings dot. No, I just do, oh, because it initializes. I see. So then I just need to do in here, what's our movement speed right now? 16. Movement speed. Then acceleration, 0.15. Acceleration. And then 0.15 for deceleration, like so. That's our normal movement. And then in here, when we do our normal movement, we're just calling movement speed find var movement speed acceleration. So then we have to set the var. Yeah. Enemy. And then we do this, and we'll do var movement speed as a float. We'll do var acceleration float, deceleration float. Like so. And this will initialize it. And then when we set it, so like normal movement, set movement settings as a function. Yeah. Boom. Enemy. I need a function for it. Boom. And then I do in here, it's probably over engineering if you have 3. It might be. It might be. But I also think it might be a really cool way of doing this. Var idle movement, movement settings, settings.new, and we'll do 0, acceleration 1.5, deceleration 10, and then in movement speed, deceleration. There we go. So I'll be var idle movement. We'll do var, what's the next one we need? Attacking. Actually, we can leave normal and idle for now. And then we'll do in the idle. Where is it? Enter idle state. Set movement settings, idle movement. In the moving state, set movement settings, normal. Wandering, normal. Let's do a retreating, because we want them to run away a little bit faster. Retreat movement, movement settings dot new. And then we can say 20, 0.15, 0.15, like that. So then on retreating, we'll do set movement settings, retreat movement. Why do you need movement settings to do to be a separate class though, when the enemy is already a class? Because I'm using this not just here, I'm using this also in the player as well. That's why. I just took this and I just moved it over to a global class. That's all. Yeah. That way I don't have to keep pasting it. And it's not going to be reliant on the player being alive. Enemy, retreating, cowering. We'll also do set movement settings to idle movement. All right, let's see. There we go. Idle. All right, cowering, they don't follow the Y. Retreating. Seems like attacking is faster than retreating. Okay, attacking is faster than retreating for some reason. Enemy, retreat movement, attack. Oh, set movement settings, normal. Oh, actually, attack, we don't want them to move. That's fine. They don't have a position to go to, actually. Okay. Cowering, we don't want return, we want pass. And then that should work. Enter wandering state, moving state, attack state, retreating state, cowering. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Cool. All right. So that's good. And that should work. So now we got to figure out why let's do connections. Why is it that they're not swapping states well? So, retreating, good. Cowering, good. I want to fix the shots of the cowering. I think that's important. This wandering's not moving. Okay. Oh, and he switched to attacking, wandering, attacking, attacking, wandering, idle. Ah, He's running out of the attack range. That's what's going on here. Okay. Attack range is 25 though. That's weird. Let's switch this to 35. Actually, let's just do this. Hard code it. 35. And then when we have wait times. Enter wandering. So we get the direction. Can hit player. Then we enter the attack state. If we can hit the player, which means if we are within the attack range and we're in LOS. Let me switch to attack. During the attack state, what's happening? Enter attack state, and then we start the attack timer. In the attack state, if they're not in LOS, then we enter the moving state. No return there. Yeah, then we enter the moving state. And I think we also need to clear out the direction though. And say that in attack state, we do direction equals null. Null. Okay, so during the attack state, he's still sliding, which is an issue. And then he goes to wandering, idles, wandering, idle, perfect. So we need a attack movement then as well. So we can go here and we can go normal, idle, retreat. I think what we'll do is we can just put him in idle movement while he's attacking. Yeah, because we don't want him to move. We just want him to stay still to attack. Okay, good. Wandering, idle, attacking. What triggers the retreat? So a couple different things trigger the retreat. We have cowering. But when they get too low, they'll retreat, so they'll try to run away. We do need to set it so they run even further away. So we need a further cowering distance. But it's about 50% health is when, 50% health is when they start retreating. So enter retreating state will get called nowhere in the physics process, but it gets called over in the take damage. Yo. Let's do region taking damage functions. End region. So we have on hit and then take damage. So if the health is less than or equal to half our health, then we will enter the retreating state here. We need to set a new nav position. So we need to say direction equals in the retreating state here. We do how far extra to run away, which is the player's global position minus the global position. Okay, so I don't actually need to set that then. But I do need to do this. Retreat multiplier is basically what it is, what this is. So let's do like 10 and see that for now. Boom. So now they should retreat even further away. Retreating. Why are you coming at me? Okay, the retreating is being weird. It's coming to us and not running away. Okay. I mean, it's running away, but it's staying within a certain range. And then when they hit the wall, they cower. Okay. So we need to do enemy wall detector negative 1.5. And then we need to say, we need to fix the logic in retreating though. So here, runaway position is going to be the player's position minus our position. So player's position minus the enemies. And we get this. Then we multiply that by 10. That doesn't make sense. We need to instead just run the we just need to run the opposite direction of where the player is. How do we do that? If the player is here, and we also need to like run in random directions based on that. So if I can just make it where they run away in a straight line away from the player, then we should be good. Which would just be the opposite of the player. So how do we find the opposite of where the player is? The opposite of where the player is. Could get the direction to the player and just invert it. So runaway, instead it'd be runaway, well, that's a direction, but we need a point. Runaway direction, which would be our global position, direction to the player current global position, and then we need a var runaway position, which needs to be our global position, not plus the direction, right? I don't think that would work. Just adding the direction that we're going? No, that doesn't make sense. We need to do... Wait, no, that should work. Do that. And then do times 10. And then runaway position. I think I'm doing something wrong there though. This doesn't feel right. Is direction a normalized direction? Yes. Oh, it needs to be the opposite of the wrong minus runaway direction. But I don't think that will work. I think you can multiply it. You would think times that. Let's see what this is doing right now. Cowering. Retreating. Oh, that worked. Wait. Let's try it again. Retreating. Oh, he ran to us. Ah, are they all just running in that corner? Wait. Yeah, they're all running in that corner. Okay. Huh. Kind of working, but not. Nav agent target position equals runaway position. So why are they all going in that same exact spot? Because they're taking their global position. Oh, because we're giving it, it's almost like we're giving it a velocity. So we need to do... What's this? Direction times 10 rotated by a random float range. Because you have the player going this way, and then the enemy. Oh. So you're saying take the player's direction? Or is this the enemies? The direction 2 that we have. The runaway direction. So it'd be, the position would be runaway direction dot rotated by a vector 3 random float range. Oh, times 10. Times 10. Rotated by a vector 3 random float range. So we'll say var offset equals vector 3 random float range negative 30 30. First argument is the axis. Oh. Yeah, it'd be vector 3 up and then the angle. Vector 3 dot up and then the angle being the random float range. Because it's rotating in that direction. Do deg to rad on around the right. Deg to rad. There we go. And then equals runaway position. Oh, the agent needs a position? Yeah. Because we're using a navigation agent, so it needs a position to go to. All right. Up. Wandering. That's still... Why is this wandering broken? That one over there is not. Retreating. Okay. You don't recalculate this every frame. You just do it sometimes. Right. Same thing with retreating, it looks like. He's resetting it every time. What the heck is this character? It's a little cute little goo guy. What do you mean? What the heck's this character? A little goo guy. Whatever you do, just don't go to the animation player and press smile. It's a little goo guy. Little goo guy. Good morning, non-Texan. How's your day? What up, Mars? Where's MC Wizzy? MC Wizzy still here. We're just testing ideas out. 0.1 second intervals. 0.115 is a good natural time. Ah, Sir Drippy, how you doing? Let's see. Enemy. Boom. So we need to do wandering intervals. And not is in LOS. There we go. Working on some marble textures for chess pieces and boards. Ooh, nice, nice. All right, let's see. So we need to do it on intervals because we're recalculating this every time. Same thing with the wandering. Let's fix the wandering first. So wandering state is doing our direction to the nav agent's next path position. Put a timer on it with 0.115 seconds, 0.15 seconds. Where is this timer going though? Because we have it where it won't recalculate the target position until it reaches the final point. What are better enemies? Have you ever played Halo? That's kind of what we're going for, is the interaction between enemies in the world. But we have to start by doing, no, okay. You've probably at least heard of Halo before. And you've probably seen these little guys before. The little grunts. That's an ugly one. These little guys. Basically what we're doing is the Halo grunts are going to be like our scientists. So they're weak little guys. Never seen that? Holy moly, Nor. Holy moly. You need to play some Halo. It's a good game. Really, really good game. Series of games. Basically, what happens is they interact with the world and with the player. So if you have a little grunt and let's say little grunt guy, and then you have an elite. I don't like shooty games. I see. Okay, well, this will explain it at least. So you have a little grunt, and then you have an elite. The elite is like the commander, if you will. So what the elite will do is he'll say, his mouth. If the elite dies, then the grunt will be like, oh no, the elite died, and will start running away. If you sneak up on a grunt and then you like punch him, he'll turn and be like, ow, what the heck, man? And then notice it's you and go, oh, and then run away. If he runs out of ammo, he'll run away. If he's reloading, he'll hide behind cover. If he watches one of his fellow grunts die next to him, he'll run away. Sometimes they'll get a spurt of like adrenaline / bravery, and they will grab 2 grenades and then sprint right into the enemy or their enemy. AAA enemy behavior? Yes, basically. So we're trying to take inspiration from there and then dumb it down a little bit, but still keeping a lot of it. And I think if we can get the basics of it going, then we can kind of fill in the gaps by using some sound effects and like voice line type deals. And I think that will sell that we have not boring enemies. Because right now within the genre that we're this like rogue-like genre, you really don't have many games that have like exciting enemies. They're usually just coming at you. And then the most exciting enemy is just a different attacking pattern. Kind of boring. So I want to see if there's a way to do this where we can set it up to have different behaviors and then use the behaviors to decide the action and go from there. So there's a lot like the Nemesis system, which is patented till 2036. So be careful. I don't know what the Nemesis system is. This is the patented Cavino system. Wait, you're making a roguelite? Well, I mean, we always were. Basically, super overscope. Is it overscope? I don't think it's overscope. I think this is the scope. We do this for 3 enemies. We're just juicing up the enemies. That's all we're doing. Like, by no means is this overscope in my mind. It's over the top. Yeah, I would say it's a little bit more than what you would expect from an indie game. But is that a bad thing? Just make sure it's different than most specific claim in the patent. True. Are you making a roguelite or a shooter? Why not both? We're making a grapple roguelike shooter thing. That's what we're making. I'll shoot your roguelike. Oh. You've overdosed on daydreaming? He doesn't know what game he's making. Well, I had an idea, and I thought it was a killer idea, and then it just got shot down. Nemesis system is a game mechanic from Middle-earth, Shadows of Mordor. The Shadow of War, it creates unique, procedurally generated enemies. Yeah, we're not doing that. With personalities, memories, yeah, we're not doing that. He wants to play games. That's the problem. I don't want to, I mean, I do want to play games. That's not wrong. But, like, I want to make games that are fun to play and not just, like, a boring rehash of the same thing. Stuff like that. Listen, if Danny can make Megabonk, I can make a simpler Goo game and a game on that level. Just different. Way different. If a single person can make a game that successful, then why can't I do that? That's the question. Is yours simple though? To an extent. Fun to play, how dare you? I saw a game like Bear Attack Simulator in the Next Fest demos where gnomes attack you. They didn't have super power up. Wait, really, Doomrich? Someone stole Bear Attack Simulator already? and we were told it was a bad idea. Yes, you want to make a game with Halo tier AI and combat, but also with infinite roguelite progression mechanics. Yeah, what's wrong with that? Listen, everybody called... I'm not saying that I'm Albert Einstein, but I am saying everyone called him dumb until he wasn't. Keep that in mind. It'll work. It'll be good. We got this. Whoever told you it was a bad idea, was bad, took the idea, 5-head move, maybe iffy. Maybe that's what Ironic's been working on. Ironic's just working on Bear Attack Simulator. Only he's changing it up. Kangaroo Attack Simulator, where you play as a kangaroo. Let's go to the analytics. Let's see if anyone played it since then. Nope, we're good. All right, let's see. Gnome Game had a level up system, sorta? I am gonna make I'm working on a YouTube video for Bear Attack Simulator. I think that should be exciting. I hope. I just need to find a bear that I can rent. The local zoos kind of said that I couldn't. They said, no, Cavino, that's too dangerous. We can't be liable for that. And I was like, I'll just sign a contract. And they're like, no, we still can't do that. Crazy. All I asked was to be put in the polar bear cage. Like, is that really that insane for a YouTube video? Lame, that's what I'm saying. When I was 12, I also used to fantasize about playing favorite game 1 plus other favorite game 2. None of these are favorite games here, Ironic. None of these are favorite games. These are just ideas that I'm taking and then just mashing them together. Did I ask permission? Just jump over the railing in the bear den. Do it for the video. Howdy, Mystical Cell. How you doing? It's nearly Halloween. Surely you can find a costume and dress up and dress a friend up. Iffy. I don't think... I mean, I'm sure one of my friends would do it if I like called him up and asked him. I'm sure he would. Is he at work right now? I could call him right now. What time is it? Nah, he's at work for sure. For sure. I mean, I could. Dude, nobody has made an open world Halo roguelite 3D goo grapple platform before. It's so simple. Okay, minus the open world. The only part of Halo is we're just taking inspiration, the learning of the enemy AI. We got the 3D goo grapple. Like, we're good. We're good. Very tired, had a 3-hour flight, then 3-hour drive home, gotten 4 hours of sleep. Ooh, that's rough. That's rough. My plane, I'm not looking forward to it. The plane to Germany is gonna, or from Germany back is gonna be really weird. Because I leave at 4 o'clock in the afternoon and I arrive back home at like 6 o'clock in the evening. It's gonna be a 2-hour difference over the course of like an 8-hour flight. It's gonna be very, very mind-boggling. Very mind-boggling. I also have to figure out the streams. I reached out to a company for their like a business plan, basically. I have to flex that I'm a business owner, and I have to use my company to order business tier Wi-Fi so that I can actually stream. Crazy. All right, back to programming, to hardcore game development, where we are going to make a killer game. People are gonna be like, whoa, how many people did it take to make this game? This is so crazy, this is so cool. Like, the dev must be awesome. That's what we're going for. Or at least, oh, this is pretty good. I'd settle for that. I would settle for that. Let's see. So, dang it, now I'm off track. I forgot what I was doing. Oh my God, just one guy, no way. Listen. It's all of us together. We're all building this game together. It's not just one guy. It's all of us together as a team, building this game out and making it super awesome. Hup. Okay. You are cowering. You should not be cowering, but that's because their automatic thing set it up. We are all one guy. Sure. Yeah. We are all connected as one. Okay, wandering. You aren't wandering. Why are you not wandering? Oh, there. Oh, no, now you're attacking. Honk. Retreating. Nice. Okay, retreating works. We know retreating works. But wandering is not. Are we connected via WebSockets or something else? Depends on who you ask. We could all be connected by whatever that may be. Dude, nothing works. You have to start cutting. What? It's not that nothing works. That's crazy talk. The retreating works. We know that. Retreating works. The wandering sometimes works. So we have to figure out why is it only working sometimes. Let's see here. Direction 2. And then when this goes off, so what we need to see is enter wandering state. We set the settings. We set new random position here. Let's bring that up. And then one guy is a state of mind. We are in it. Vina works on a REST API. What is that? Let's see. Enter moving state. So it needs to be on the here. On target reached. If we're in the moving state, then we should enter the idle state, where we will enter the wandering again. So in the idle state, it pauses for 1.5 seconds. Let's set the direction to null first. We go into the idle state. And then new state, callable. Okay. Let's do a print idle entered. And then on the new state, I'm going to do print wandering entered. Like so. We're going to make this a little bit easier by going into the testing zone. And we are going to do, as the spawn grid, enemies, target dummies. Where's my spawn? Oh, enemy spawner. We're just gonna spawn 2 enemies. Make it simple. 2 enemies. I also need to go into the enemies and set their initial behavior. So when we call in the ready, pick initial behavior. I'm just gonna set them immediately to do uncomment. We're gonna do enter wandering state. Yeah, that's what we'll do. First, we got ads coming up, so I'm gonna chuck on the words, heading to level 1, lots of fun. And then when we get back, we will figure out this thing. Try to do some debugging, figure out what's causing them to be dumb. What triggers wandering? That is based off of them. Wait, without looking at the code, it is based off of if they can't see the player, if they're not in line of sight of the player, then they will start wandering. Yes. He doesn't even know. I do know. I'm just thinking of so many different things right now. So many different things. All right. I'll be right back real quick, and then we'll do it. And then we will do it. Boop, boop.
I have returned.
Oh my god, Cavino's back. I missed you so much. Something.
Fix this chair. Ugh. There we go.
All right, we'll turn these words off. Cool. Bloop. We have a wandering state, so then that way, if we like fly up on a pillar or on a pipe and the enemy can't find us, they don't just sit there. They'll just start wandering around like, where'd he go? I don't know where he is. Yeah. All right, let's see. Okay. Just... Oh, there we are. Okay, that one's working. The other one is not. What if you don't put platforms 100 meters above the enemies that they can't reach? Design the levels of your 3D shooter platform. Well, because we want high up platforms or high up pipes. Like that's inherently pretty fun. Is being able to get up high and jump and swing around. Where you're invincible in your shooter roguelike. You're not invincible. It's like you're looking at the game as is. You're not looking at it for what the plans are, what it's going to be. I feel like you're making something like Ultra Kill. I haven't played Ultra Kill before. Why are you stuck? Oh. Okay. Plan's not real. Me neither. Oh. So then how do you know I'm making something like Ultra Kill? Will you ever try to make a game with bare OpenGL, Vulkan, WebGPU? Probably not. Probably not. I do want to dive into C++ eventually, but I'm not there yet. Oops. Oh, that's a cute little guy. Yeah, Ironic made him. Camino barely knows Godot. Yeah. We're still in the learning stage here. Big up, LT. How you doing? Okay, so we attack, and then he's gonna switch to retreat. But he's not. He's freaking out. He's setting his point too much. And then this wandering got stuck. Okay. Okay. So, fix one thing at a time. Poor guy's panicking. That's part of the intention. Is we want the player, or not the players, the enemies to look like, oh crap, he's panicking, he's freaking out, something's going on. Yeah. Rust is easy, you just have to fight the burrow checker for 3 hours every time you want to compile. I have no intentions of learning Rust. No intentions. Yeah, no intentions. I think C++ is pretty good. If I were. He's at less than 50 HP, so he keeps running. Right. But he's not resetting his points. Or he's resetting it too often. So what I need to do is, let's see, cower shots. Okay. Enter wandering state. Here we go. Idle, wander, idle, wander, idle, wander, idle, double wander. It's like he entered a double wander there. Or there was two of them that happened to wander at the same time. Wandering state. Direction is global position, direction to our nav agent, next path. Standard. Okay. And then if we can hit the player, we'll enter the attacking state while wandering. On target reached, here, if we're in the wandering state, then we will stop and enter the idle state. Entering the idle state will cause us to set the direction to null and then jump to a new state. That new state being wandering state. He doesn't set a new target. Enter wandering state. Nav agent equals set random position. He does when we re-enter the wandering state. Kavino, which iPhone do you have? I have an iPhone 14. Why do you ask? Idle entered. And then can you adjust shutter speed? I believe so. Is that shutter speed? Rich contrast. Nope, that's the contrasts. That's the mode. That's a timer. Exposure. I don't know. Yeah, no idea. I don't think so, unless I go into like, that's cinematic time lapse. I don't think so. Natural contour stage. High key, no. I don't think so. I could be very wrong though. Yeah, no idea. I can turn on live. Okay, then it is not my phone. It is not because my iPhone is over 5 years old. Yeah, I don't think so. There is a way where you can snap a ton of pictures within a small period of time. There is that. I don't remember how to set that up. Is that what shutter speed is? That's the flash. Night. Live. That's not equal to shutter speed. Ah, then no. I don't think you can. Not, at least not on this phone, no. What do you need shutter speed for? Trying to take some like modeling pictures or something? Because if that's the case, I'd recommend something like a Nikon. The D3900 or something. Something crazy. Enter idle, moving idle, create timer. Oh, nothing like that? Oh, then what do you need shutter speed for? Because I think that's all you really use shutter speed for, right? Is for doing like modeling pictures to get like the perfect little moment. And even then you could do a workaround by doing a live. Refresh rate on screens. Oh. Oh. Like when you hold the camera up to a screen? It just naturally does that though. Huh. Because I know before with older phones, if you held your camera up to your computer screen, you would see the frames of the computer screen going off. Not on this phone though. All right, let's see. Idle entered. And then we do, yeah, then we set the new random position. After pause timer, let's try doing true, false, true. Oh, yes, for modern screens, yeah. Is your screen 60 hertz? Mine is 144, I think. Pretty sure. Is it set to be at 144? That's the question. I don't know. I think I did it a while ago. Yeah, that's why you don't see it on the phone. But even my left screen, my little tiny baby screen that's like 10 years old, this one does not have a refresh rate of that. This one is like no, this one's probably 60 hertz. I don't know. It's This computer screen I have here is my little tiny screen that used to be hanging up in a school and would just play PowerPoint presentations all the time. It's like a little Samsung thing. It's like 720p, I think. And they were tearing the school down, so I was like, oh, can I have that TV? And they're like, yeah, we're just gonna trash it anyways. I was like, oh, sweet. Bam. Let's see. I also got an older TV that's up here, but I don't use it. I probably should. I mounted it. I just haven't used it, which is not, I should. But I find when I plug it in, all my screens will start flashing. And I don't know why. I think it's my graphics card. That'd be my guess. What are we doing? We're looking at and trying to figure out why the wandering gets stuck every now and then. Ironic said it was due to a timer issue, but I don't know where we would set up a timer because we have the signal for on target reached. What I could do is the retreating one where on target reached, where is it? On target reached, if state is wandering, then we can do if state is state dot retreating, we can just say nav agent dot target position equals to be like set a new one. Where are we doing the retreat actually? Let's go to retreating. No, we're already setting it though, here. But we don't actually get there, that's the problem. Yeah, so I should do that as well. So I'll grab this and I'll set that here. Boom. Like that. And that should fix our retreat. Wandering, idle, wandering, idle, wandering, idle, wandering. One of them is stuck wandering though. Look at him. He's just stuck wandering. But the other one's good. One's attacking. Wandering. But why is that wandering getting stuck? We got a new main character? Yeah, right now we got a little goo guy right now. Why is this one getting stuck? So they're both in attacking. They start shooting us. If we run away, wandering, attacking. If we run away and they're in attacking, we don't want them to wander. We want them to enter the moving state. So if they are attacking here, and if the target is not in line of sight, they enter moving state. And then we can do a elif if they can't hit the player, then enter wandering state. Moving state, you instantly switch to wandering, if not LOS. Right. In the moving state, instantly switch to wandering. In the moving state, enter moving. Moving state. If we can hit the player, then we attack. And then, oh, this is an elif, that's why. That's why it's breaking. Let's just delete this line altogether. And then try it. Wandering. They're both moving. One goes to idle. Idle wandering. Okay, that guy's stuck. And I think he's stuck because there's a wall in the way. And that guy's stuck as well. Why are they stuck? Did you model that guy yourself, or was that Plobby again? No, this was Ironic. Ironic made this little guy. And the legs here. Oop. Wandering idle. Wandering idle. That's fine. Noric's power knows no bounds, true. Wandering idle. Idle. But we're in line of sight. So he should be moving and attacking. Because in the wandering state, enemy, in the wandering state, oh, let's do if can hit player, and then we'll do if is in LOS, enter moving state, like that. So now if we're in line of sight, he'll move to us. There we go. Oh, he came really close. Why is he? Oh, now he goes to attacking. So then we need to do in the moving state, if can hit player, enter attack state. If can hit player, they detect walls, right? Yeah. So we do distance to player, glow position, distance to the player, and then we return if our distance to player is less than or equal to our attack range, which is 35. And if it's in line of sight. Let's run the game with, where is it? Not navigation, well, no, yeah. Visible paths. Where is the, I guess it would have to be collision. Yeah, I guess it has to be collision. And see. I want to see their rate casts. Maybe it's in, oh no, there they are. Rate casts. They clearly see us. Oh, the rate casts stopped. Oh. Moving. Moving, attacking. Moving, attacking. Okay. Let's go behind a pillar. They're moving to us. Now they won't be able to attack because we're not in line of sight. Ah, know what it is? It's because we need to... We do need to constantly check the ray. That's what we need to do. So let's do this. Boom. Bang. Intmain911, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. You now have access to the beautiful, the immaculate team emotes you can use to welcome people to the team. All right, let's do this. And then we'll do a, that's the ready, physics process. Paste this. So now the ray should always be targeting us. There we go. And that will help them decide a little bit smoother. Boom. So they should go into wandering now. They're in moving. They're in attacking. They're in moving. So the array is not colliding properly then. And know what else? I'm also setting the... Can't see if the ray is red. Okay. The other problem is that the ray is in the ground right now. And so that's why it's going off. Do it up here instead. Actually, let's just do it at the top of their head. Yeah. That's what's causing a lot of the issues. And now we can see the raycast is there. If we try to run away. The ray is not going up. Or they're off. The raycast is off. That's what's going on. We're shooting the ray wrong. See, the raycasts are over there. That's the problem. Can I use your idea? League of Lego Boy 99? What do you mean by use my idea? Boom. Let's go enemy. Your ray is borked. Yes, it is. Because we are translating. Can I use your game idea? I mean, if you want to get crushed and waste your time, sure. Sure. Let's see. Target position equals. I have development team of 9. You have a development team of 9. Interesting. Let's see. Loss target position. 9 IQ. I mean, if you wanna pay me for my idea, sure, I'll take some royalties off of it. Yeah. Loss ray. Target position equals player current hit marker global. So the target position is not going. I need to do like to local or something. I think because this is the raised destination point. Yeah, that's local. So if I do to. No, it has to be first. To local. And then that. And then this. Boom. See if that fixes it. Boom. It's a wild way to come in though. Okay, so now they're reaching a little bit higher for some reason. Why are their rays going up? Which is the issue with the raycast now? It's just slightly off. Slightly off. Although right now it's doing well. Because you can see the rays on us. But see how it's like above our head? That's weird. Why is it above the head? Player. Is the player's... No, player's origin point's not above the head. So what's causing that to occur? We're doing a local. Is it always above the head? Yeah, that's what it looks like. From inside, collide with areas and bodies. It's only on the player layer and masking 1. So in that way it can hit the walls. What's the logic of the raycast? All it is just the target position, and we're setting it to local of the player's position. Oh, we're doing the player's hit marker position. That's why. When we added this, it put the hit marker above the head. So if I do this, that's why things are going off, because the hit marker wasn't moved. The hit marker's above our head. Oh, no, it's still, look at that. It's still way above us. You can see them right there. Oh, know what it is? They're not rotating. That's the other problem. But that works. So they shouldn't be in moving right now. This player's global position changes all the time. But this should move them out of the moving state. So they shouldn't be in the moving state right now. Enemy. And then we do moving state. If can hit player attacking. And then if not is in LOS, enter wandering state. There we go. Yep. That'll work. Now let's try it. So the idea here is they go, oh, where'd he go? I don't see him anymore. And there they go, they're wandering. Wander idle. This guy's stuck in wandering though. Goes to attacking. See, that's what we want. But what we need to do is in the player, we need to take the hit marker, and we gotta pull that down to here. Save that because our character's now smaller. And then we go back to the enemy script, and we go back up to the ray dot hit marker global position. Okay. Now in the wandering, that's cowering. Wandering. Fixed it for the most part. So in the wandering state, we do direction equals global position, direction 2, nav agent. So what is causing that? What was the issue? The issue was that the ray was just in the wrong position and it wasn't local. And then the hit marker where they were trying to shoot at was above the player's head, so it would always shoot above our head. It was just because we swapped the model out. Okay, so next up is the direction in the wandering state. So when we enter wandering state, we set the position. Got it. So now you have another issue with rotation? No, there's no issue with rotation currently that I'm aware of. We set new random position. Setting a new random position will go from our global position plus an offset of -10 to 10 or 10 to 10. Let's switch 10 to a bigger number. Set to like 15. And then we also want to exclude 0 though. because I think that's also causing an issue. If it's within the range, really we should exclude 1. So how do we exclude 1? Let's think. I could have an array of positions that are hard-coded. I don't like that. I could do a... We just don't want 1 and 0. I mean, you can check if it's 1, and then if it's 0, add 0.1. Yeah. We could. So I could do like var random x as Psionics, how you doing? Welcome in. As a float, random float range between -15 and 15, and then we say if random x is what, less than or equal to -1, or random x is greater than or is equal to 1. No. If know what I could do? Just do this, and then I do plus 1. Just add 1 to it. Probably not super clean, but whatever. I mean, I think this could work where we do like a random x and a random z and just add 1 to it. And then we'll do like 16 and 14. Like that. That way it will never be 0. And then we do var random z float equals random plus 1. And then I can do random offset is random x and random z. Random z. Try that out. What if it's -1? Plus 1 would be 0 again, right? Shoot. Shoot. That's a good point. I was thinking if it was 0. Let's think. What are we trying to do? I'm just trying to get the random float to never equal like a number between -1 and 1. That would be the goal. Here's a random number 3. It's random because I thought of it. Feel free to use it. Oh, thanks, Psionics. We just don't want -1 to 1. Use a loop to generate until it's not -1, 0, or 1. Right. I mean, we could do that. Let's try undo that. And then I'll do if random offset dot x is 1 or -1 or 0. I need to do this multiple times. Copy, paste, paste. This doesn't seem right at all. Because you don't want to randomly walk to its current position. Correct. Yes. No, let's not do that. There's a better way to do this. We've done this before, and there's a better way to do it. Random float will never be exactly either of those. Right. Right. That's what I'm saying. There's a better way to do it. And it needs to be I could have a bunch of ifs. That's dirty. I could do just an array of random positions. Maybe that's the play. Maybe that's the play. Var random or yeah. We'll do random positions as an array of floats equals, and then we'll go like, this doesn't feel good though. -15, 13, -11, negative, we'll do like, just keep going down by 2. -7, 6, 5, 4, what? Stop it? What's wrong? This is the only other way I can think of. And then go 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, and then do random positions, pick random. Like that. That's the only other way I can think about doing it. I mean, this works. And obviously I could just hold this up in the class as well. What would be the better way to approach this though? That is the question. Hmm. 13, 9, 11. You could also do like, don't have wandering enemies. That's just no. I don't think you realize, Ironic, we have to have wandering enemies. Like, I don't know any other behavior to set, or let me reword that. What behavior would we set when the enemy is not in line of sight of the player and is not, like, cannot attack the player? Do we just make them stand still? Because to me, that sounds like that's a boring enemy. And then let's do this. Cut that. And then we'll slap it here. You're the guy that wants the player to be able to stand on the invincibility, turn invincible to enemy platforms. That's not true. So flout your game design. No, Ironic. You keep on forgetting like the crucial aspects of the game. You're taking it at face value. You need to remember we are adding enemies in that will mess with the invincibility that you keep claiming. What up, Seshimara? Like, you're missing the key, very important aspect here. Very, very important key aspect. I'll believe it when I see it. You will see it. We just need to finish the scientist first. But keep it in mind. You gotta keep in mind that this is gonna be happening. You gotta think not just in the now, but in the future as well. So you can know where you're going. Boom. Wait till he's seen the bear plane enemies. Oh, he hasn't even played Bear Attack Simulator. Crazy. Absolutely absurd. The best game we've made so far to this day, and Ironic hasn't even played it. It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. All right. Here they come. Then they attack. Beautiful. And then let's go. There we go. Boom. Now they're wandering. They're like, where did he go? I don't know where he went. More of a regular software programmer and not a game dev. But if you care about performance, you want the random number stuff in its own class, and then inject / make a call from each different enemy. Otherwise, you're assigning this and storing everything again for each enemy. That's interesting. So you would put it into a separate thing that you call. So it'd be like I see what you're saying. I don't know if that would make that big of a difference though. Like I see what you're saying. I don't think it makes that big of a difference in game dev. Maybe it does, but I don't think it does. A service class? Yeah, we have it in the enemy class itself. Yeah, I think he means like a global or an auto load. Or a singleton. Modern machines probably don't care. A mobile might care. I don't even think in mobile. Like it is an optimization, I can see that, but I don't think it's I think it's such a small optimization that I don't think it will actually affect performance. Okay, and then boom, he sees us, we fall, he starts attacking, and then we go boom, boom, he starts retreating. Okay, and retreating, he freaks out. Okay, so now we have to fix retreating. We don't split things up here. We do 1,000-line scripts. No, we don't go that crazy. Look at this. Oh wait, that's not our enemy. Our enemy script is only 280 lines of code. I'm double spacing things, lots of white space. Like 260 lines of code. It's very small. All right, let's see. Apply ragdoll. And then it's in our retreating. He doesn't get a new point. Target reached. Okay, if state is retreating, then what we do is we do on target reached, runaway direction, and then we do position. Same issue here. So we need to just do random positions, pick random. Here, random positions dot pick random. Play. So now they're moving. We go boom. Oh, boom. He's retreating. And he's cowering in the corner. Beautiful. Good job. And now you, I feel like you need to use regions more. Regions. Boom. Retreating. And where's he trying to go? Oh, he's trying to go through, but there's a thing in the way. Why is he trying to go to the same point as the other one, though? Why are they both going over here? That doesn't make sense. Encode regions. Oh, I have them. I've been using the regions. Yeah, they're not picking a new... See, look at this. Look at that. Boom, region. Beautiful. And there was another one. Boom, region. Beautiful. Amazing. Okay. On target reached. Let's do this and do print target reached. And then let's go find all of our prints and delete them because there's too many. Oh, that needs to stay though. I guess we can just do pass. And then this we don't need. Don't need. This. Don't need. And then I'm blind, I guess. No sweat. I'm not using them, like, I'm not using many of them. That's for sure. And then, like, I could use more. I just don't have the code set up yet. So I don't know, like, what I'm using yet. Let's close that. Save it. Now we can see the actual prints we're looking for. There we are. So when we, up, there we go. Boom. Boom. Retreating. He's not picking a new position. Let's try this one. Oh. He died. All right, let's go over here. Oh. There we go. Target reached. But he didn't get a new target. His new target is within the... is outside. Is there a nav region on the outside of the map? There is. Oh, wait, no. No. So why the heck is he trying to leave the map? Oh, unless he's trying to go inside here. We also need rocket boots. Hook slam's cool. Yeah, hook slam's really cool. I like that. Could be a problem with the nav region at that point. But something still seems off. Let's try setting all the enemies back. So I'll have 10 that will appear and they will have their random things. And let's see how that interaction goes. So here they are. They're all attacking. Boom. Up. Okay. Obviously that's going to be juiced with animations. Okay. One's retreating. Ah, he's stuck though in retreating. Because he should be going to that point over here. What code editor do you use when you're not coding games at Godot? None. I haven't really done much coding outside of, that's for the drones, that's fine. Outside of Godot, I've done a little bit of Python here and there, just for like the sake of wanting to try it. And for that, I used VS Code. But yeah, no, I really just use the built-in Godot editor because it works great. Yeah, but yeah, I'll use Visual Studio when I do. But even then, it's like, I don't really code outside of Godot in the first place. Let's go enemy. And then... Apply ragdoll. The other interesting thing is that the collision shape goes flying and the ragdoll doesn't follow it. Which is weird. What if I just did this on the ragdoll? Let's grab some legs. And... oh, I missed. Oh. There we go. Okay. Oh. Huh. Nope. My slam just doesn't do enough damage. Ah, they just flop. Yeah. They didn't actually go flying, because I do need to apply the impulse then. That's weird though. I saw the collision shape before go flying and the body went the opposite direction. Which didn't make sense. I think it's because I need to set their linear and angular and then start them. But we'll go back to that. For now, we need to focus on the actions. So, target reached. State equals state dot retreating. This is where it's not actually doing it. Yeah, it doesn't reach the position for some reason. If they're colliding with the wall, wall detector 1. Are the enemies on layer 1? No. They're masking layer 1 as they should, which is good. Enter cowering state. Direction equals global position, direction to nav agent, get next path. Let's set that first. But why are they not? Nav agent reached. On target reached. If the state is wandering. If the state is retreating. Do an elif on it. Runaway direction. And let's try a negative direction times 10. Rotated by the vector 3 up. Random positions, pick random. Play. So let's make him retreat. Okay. He went in that corner. Target reached. But he's not doing it again. Now he's cowering. Why are they all going in that corner? No. What are you doing? Wait, hit him a little bit? No, he's not doing anything. He's just spinning. What's going on with the retreating logic? Enter wandering, idle, set movement speed, direction. Okay, so they go to their direction through the movement speed, acceleration, deceleration, delta. That's fine. Retreating. We set the direction to the next path position. Next path position gets called every time it finds a new one. Maybe in retreating, I do set it in here. So on target reached, I'll take this, cut it back, delete that, bring it back up to retreating. Like so. Boom. Set the direction. If there's a direction, we move. Otherwise, we don't do anything. Testing zone play. Retreating. Good. He's running. He's just taking off. He's taking off. Ah. Okay. That's working. They're just getting caught up on some of the navigation points of being in a corner or like colliding with things. So we need to just do an obstacle avoidance and then that's fixed. But that's because the map isn't set up. I love that number of raycasts. Yeah. We're trying out some Halo-esque character enemy movement stuff, enemy behaviors. And so to do that, the way they do it is they shoot a bajillion raycasts out, so then they can always track what the player's doing and what's going on. Okay. So, problem is that we need to make it so that root node children includes messages CSG. Yeah, we want that for now. But I don't think we need physics. Wait. Scans for static colliders. I don't think we want it on everything. Agents, regions, edges, no. I'm trying to think of like what is causing them to not be ignored. That's navigation layers. Use edge connections. I think we need a called like a navigation, not a link, an obstacle. Yeah. And the way you need to use this. What's wrong? I'm just thinking about, I mean, it's not super necessary right now. We got everything the way we want it, but it's little things like this. that are causing issues when they're retreating, because now they run away. But sometimes what will happen is they'll collide with this corner here, and because they think they can get here, it will cause issues. Yeah. D4C Chi-Mime, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. You now have access to our beautiful and immaculate team emotes you can use to welcome people to the team. Do they raycast every frame? Yes. I have a question. Is the 100k item for purchase that says add to game, what does it mean? Like add a feature to the game? Add whatever you want, Sir Drippy. Anything you want to the game, you can add. Within reason. Like, probably let's say rethink it if you're trying to add like something that is super NSFW or something just outrageous. But like if you want to add like a new mechanic, a new enemy, some decal, write your name on the map somewhere, like we can do that. Yeah, solution is to not build your nav mesh out of a thing with small tiny detail furnitures. Yeah. I mean, the big thing is we just need to have an actual map, and then we do the nav mesh in Blender would be the play. That way we don't get this garbage here. All this stuff. Yeah, and like up top and whatnot. Okay. Well, that's our basic enemy. I do want to do one more fix to him though. Space out the raycast with fixed rate, just for safety if you're gonna have like 50 of them. Not exclude objects from a nav mesh generation. You can, using the collision, what I was just looking at, the excluder or whatever it was. It just sounds like a pain in the butt to set up. I don't know exactly how it works either. It's called navigation obstacle or something. This thing. Navigation obstacle. Something like that from the sounds of it. Hi, I love seeing your progress and continuous learning. Don't worry, logic is the hardest part of most programs. Indeed, where am I? Indeed. How 3D navigation server is working? No, it's more so we're just looking at how to avoid certain things. I could put them on a layer and then do an avoidance layer. And just not take in that layer. So for example, what I'll do, or what I could do, I think, is take this object. So if we go into here, map, and then we go to like the clone chambers, for example. Whoop, there we go. And then I put them on layer 15. And then in the nav region, I remove layer 15. And then if I rebake it, oh, then it just ignores it. Ah, opposite way around. Weird. Wait, and then if I bake it with 15? Nope, I eternally broke it. Wait a sec. Clear nav mesh, bake. Okay, nope, I just broke it. Eternally. How did I do that? Nothing changed because you did it wrong? Yeah. I was more so taking a wild guess. I thought if I put it on a layer, I forgot what this is. These are the clone chambers. Wait, I didn't put it on there. What? Didn't I put it on layer 15? Am I going crazy? What did I put on layer 15? Visual instance layers and collision layers are different things. It'll skip the thing smaller than threshold. Yeah. How about undo? Yeah. Howdy, Vongo. First, you're a little far away from first there, Vongo, but I salute the effort. Okay, whatever. You just put it on a visual instance layer 15? You put it on visual instance layer 15. Oh, I did. I did not mean to do that. Clone chambers, was it? Oh, I did. I see. Visual instance layer. No, if I do it over here on the collision layer, if I put it on like 15 here, and then on the map, I remove 15 and I bake it. No, it still doesn't work. Huh. Hey, I'm seeking for some advice. I'm a student in AI/ML, looking for a new laptop, thinking about transitioning to a MacBook Pro, M4 Pro chip, 24 gigabyte RAM, 1 terabyte SSD. Would anyone here recommend doing that? Cala1, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. You now have access to our beautiful and immaculate team emotes you can use to welcome people to the team. Welcome back. You left it on layer 1? Yes. Yes, I did. Okay, well, we'll ignore that for now. It's not a big deal because I'm gonna do a custom navigation map anyways when I make the map in Blender. We're just trying to get the basics here. For your question about the MacBooks, I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure in terms of laptops. Personally, not a fan of Mac. I don't really enjoy the OS. I've heard people love programming on them. Me personally, not really. But I only really use a desktop too. And then the next thing I'm setting up is I'm setting up my tablet to run Linux on it. But yeah, not too sure. All right, so I also wanted to fix the enemy cowering and when they shot. I have the Lenovo Yoga 6 and it's pretty good. I'd recommend. I've also heard really good things about frameworks, framework laptops. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, unfortunately. Let's see. Retreating, attacking, cowering. So when we're cowering and we do the shots for cowering, what I think I'm gonna do, can I invest money in more money? Yes, you can, Sanis. Because I want more money. There is such thing as investing money in more money. But I wouldn't recommend it per se. Don MATLAB, thank you for the follow. You also now have access to our beautiful and immaculate team emotes. I tried that on the 6-7 coin. I'm poor. That's not stocks, and is. I see. I'll think about it. Sounds good. Those aren't stocks. That's Santa's. That's crypto. Stock is an ownership piece in a company. You just got scammed by crypto. Let's see. So in the cower shots, right now what it's doing is it's just shooting randomly. I don't want that. I think what I want it to do is shoot in like a kind of thing. Like rapid fire, just shooting out in an area. So what we could do is take, says redeems commenting code with nothing in it. Goo Wizard coin when? No. Imagine investing in meme coins. I mean, I'm not gonna promote investing in meme coins, but I will say, many years ago when Doge first came out, I had bought some and then I sold it at a pretty decent amount. I think I made like $500 or so from it. Never again did I touch it, but it was pretty good. I was also like getting really deep into crypto though, so I wouldn't recommend it. The only reason I had any minute success in crypto is just because I did it early when everyone would win no matter what. I guess not everyone wins because it's PvP, but you won a lot. I buy stocks, huh? Santa, this is not financial advice, but I would say you should look into, well, think about it this way. investing in stocks, if you invest, say, $250 a month into something like the S&P 500 here in the US, in about 60 years, more like 40 years or so, when you're getting ready to retire, then you'll have $1 million ish. If you do that every single month on average. But the question for you is, do you really want to wait 40 to 50 years? I think your best course of action is take that money and invest it in yourself. If you have that money. If you have less than this money per month, then you're not, I don't think there's any point in investing. Again, not financial advice, but yeah. My luck is pretty good. I have a $4,000 knife in Roblox game, which I can't even sell IRL. Wait, really? You can't sell it for Robux and then convert the Robux over? I have an idea. I should invest my money into a good investing thing called a piggy bank. There you go. I mean, Sandus, I would talk to your parents and get yourself a bank account, and then at least put it into like a high yield savings account. Again, not financial advice. That's what I would do personally. So then you're at least making like 3.2% on that money. Because you also have to take into account inflation of where you live, of your country. We'll get banned and scammed by an owner. Wait, what? But I always drop it and accidentally take all the money. I do have a bank account with 11 cents inside. There you go. Disclaimer, Cavino is not a professional financial advisor. Very true, I am not. I'm just a dude sitting in his room, focusing on work, doing game dev. Also have like $2 to my name. So again, don't take my word. Okay, so what I want to do is if I have, my portfolio is up 91% year to date. Dang, not too shabby. Not too shabby. I don't want to flex on mine right now. But my side portfolio is up. Wait, is it gonna load? Yeah, it's only up 326% year to date. Good old $1 in Bitcoin. So now I have $3. All right, let's see. What I want to do is if this is the player and this is the enemy, I want the enemy to take, oh, that's a Santa's link. We delete that for sure. Have you ever used Unity? No, I have not, Zinkfoot. I have not used Unity before. Yeah, I've never used Unity. I don't really have a want to use Unity just because I don't personally trust the company. So if I'm trying to make commercial things, you got one chance, Santas. Okay, there you go. That's fine. That's fine, Santas. Sam got it. He's been brainwashed by the Godot cult. No. It's not brainwashing. It's I looked at Unity because I was gonna go into Unity. I really was. But then the whole Unity debacle thing happened, and I was like, if a company's gonna do that, why do I want to spend my time and invest my time in learning their engine without with that always looming over my head? And so that was kind of my thought process. So what's Godot like? I've used Unity up till now, but I want to expand my knowledge. Godot's pretty good. It's basically, I guess from what I hear, it's like Unity, less bloated though, less, because there's a lot more stuff in Unity to my knowledge. But I don't know. Overall, I like it a lot. I've only really used Unreal a little bit, and then I've mostly just been doing Godot for the past year plus 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, something like that. Something like that. Insanely user-friendly. Yeah, it is very user-friendly as well. It's a big node-based system, so you just have these little boxes you put in, and it's pretty cool. Hey, Camino, why not make a stock and then pump it up real quick so we can get rich? Doesn't work like that. You got to finish the scientist enemy this week, or... Well, yeah, no, the enemy's going to be done today. This scientist enemy is going to be done today. It's just a matter of doing this. So what I want to do is Unity can go die to Fire Hole. How about that? How about that? Unreal uses nodes too, right? They use blueprints, which are kind of like that. But the big thing with Unreal is a majority of their stuff is the visual scripting, and I just didn't like it. And then I'd have to learn C++ if I wanted to go away from that. It was just, wasn't for me. I think Godot is hands down the best game engine for learning game dev. It's a relatively simple language to learn. Yeah. You can also use AngelScript. Huh. Yeah, I don't know, wait an hour and a half to load. That's true too. It's very, very big. I probably wouldn't recommend Unreal unless you're doing a massive project with like real super ultra realistic graphics. Okay, so I need to figure out what I want to do is if the player's here, enemies here, I want to be able to shoot from here to here in a cone going back and forth between the player. I think that would be best. So it goes like boom, 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 and then it comes back. I think that's going to be the play. Not even to the, I mean, it doesn't even have to be directly at the player. Right now it's shooting too random, and it's like, doesn't make sense. I think it needs to be a little bit more directed. Hey, Gavino, why not trademark your name like Nintendo did to Mario? My friend named his son Mario in Italy, and Nintendo broke down his house and took away his kid. I don't think that's a thing. Yeah. You don't think so? I mean, to be fair, they've been listening to the users more recently, no? I think it's nice. Company's bad, but software itself is good. Yeah. You can guys go chat with Grok or something. Chat with Grok or something. What are you talking about? Ironic. No. All right, let's see. So offset, and then we want to do. Not using Grok. Crazy. Go chat with Grok or something. That's wild. No. So we need to figure out right now what we're doing is the direction to from the global position of the projectile marker to the player. And then we're adding a random offset to it. But I think that looks too random. Maybe that's okay. And maybe we just reduce the Y to 0. Or to 2. Between 1 and 2. Something like that. So it has a little bit of an upward velocity. Or not velocity, vector. And then we take the direction. Oh, wait a sec. Direction to player. And then we're adding a vector 3 to the direction. Is that correct? Amazon shut down in like 20 sites like Snapchat, Instagram, Roblox, Amazon, even McDonald's. Huh. Direction is a vector 3. It is, yeah. Yeah. We don't want to look at the direction though. Well, it is normalized. Let's see what it looks like. I need to go into the enemy. And then do that. Call a random state. Play. Okay, that's cowering. Yeah, he's not really like... He's kind of shooting random, but it's not... It just doesn't seem good. Something's missing. Everything you're doing is wrong. That's the problem. Is everything I'm doing wrong? I don't think it's everything. I think that's a hyperbole. So it's cool. Where'd you get the assets? So the Ironic made this little character and the legs. This is just the Godot, like a free asset from Itch. And then the rest is just a Kenny texture on CSG boxes. That's all. And then Ironic made the goo rope texture. Holy crap, we're gaining momentum. Oh my lord, oh my lord. Boom. Ah, and then it slows down, which is not good. And then let's do this. Wait, hup, wait, hup. There we go. There we go. Cowering. This guy. See how he's shooting? Like, he's shooting randomly, which is nice. They're shooting too fast, and it doesn't seem like he's, like, freaking out. What up, Seraphil? Okay, we need a new word for everything you're doing wrong. Mostly thing. Mostly everything. A lot. You're doing something wrong. Not everything. Crazy. The cowering shots just... something about it doesn't seem right. Where is Goo Wizard? We're planning on that being a, please tell me that it's variant. Well, we're thinking of going with a little goo guy this time. A little goo product instead of a Goo Wizard. That's the cowering. It's just adding Doom-like system where enemies alternate between attack state and moving state so they don't get tangled in their own state patterns. No, I don't want to do that. Because I don't think Doom has good characters. I just need to change. I'll need to add a little bit more, I think. Doesn't help that it's just a Godot plushie standing idle. Also doesn't help that you coded it badly. How did we code it badly? Because he does this. I mean, obviously the animations would help. Animations would help a ton. And I'm just thinking, so he's shooting randomly. That will never hit you. Yeah, it needs to have a slight chance of hitting. It needs a slighter chance of hitting. We could fix it to where he'll run away, shoot a bunch of really fast shots directly at the player, and then run away again and cower. Also, a little tip, thing I had experience with, I have background tick running for AIs that checks if their state isn't changing anywhere. They aren't moving, it forces them to move to a random point on the nav mesh and reset their state, like an anti-ruck system. Oh, that'd be pretty good. That'd be pretty good. Wait, I have an idea? Uh-oh. In some TF2 community servers, there are bots which use ChatGPT to talk to you. Like, should I ask if there's a seat? No. Don't break it, Sanez. Don't break it. Let's think. Cowering. So put ourselves in the mind of a scientist. A little grunt scientist. Can you push that? Yeah. Enemy interactions. And then I can do the rest? What do you mean? This is pretty good so far, Ironic. I'm thinking, because these are the actions, and then we need to, well, I guess we also need to program the behaviors, don't we? Because we have the actions, and then we need behaviors, a bunch of behaviors. And then we need the machine to figure out the behaviors. So it goes like this. And then this guy goes to here, 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 or here. That's the setup we're looking for, I think. Behaviors, decider, and then these are the actions. What's the seahorse thing? Oh, ChatGPT just keeps yapping. Keeps yapping. Make a game called Metal Gear Solid. It's a good game name, Santas. I wonder if it exists. Five, Phantom Pain. Action. Well, I guess if Ironic's messing with this, then I should go back to the player and then fix its jumping issue. Which is over here. Make a game called #death. Maybe. Wait, that gives me an idea? Oh. This. Enter slam recovery state. Let's just remove that and see what happens. Hup. Oh, that's why. See, what will be your next project after this? So Trippy, we're not even done. Don't even ask that. We're so far away from that. No way. We're trying to, what we're really trying to do is figure out what our next project, our current project is. And we think it's going to be this so far. Because we like this grappling mechanic. We like the slam. We like the bouncy goo ball. And so we're trying to figure out a way where we can add all that together and make a really awesome game. He changes it every other week. No, no. Is that what I've turned into? That is horrible. No. No. Yes. Oh God. That's I've become what I've hated most. You don't have a vision. That's true. That's true. You just have games you want to play. Not games I want to play. No, no, no. It's more so mechanics that I enjoy. Yeah. I think you should make a platformer. Gross. That's gross. Boom. So now it's a game about you being an experiment that tries to escape from the lab. Yes, that's the idea. That's the idea. Wave survival roguelite? Kind of. That's kind of the idea. Kind of. I think what I need to do is just think of the idea and then just say, everyone who hates the idea, just say, nah, screw it. We're doing it anyways. I think that might need to be the play. I think so. Are you icking on platformers? There's too many. There's too many platforms. And I also suck at platformers. But a grappling game that takes the only good part about platformers, which is the platforms. Hey, Kavino, your game is you're making sucks. Thanks, Santas. I mean, this, if we just add the power-ups, does it be a roguelike game like called Megabonk? Nah. That, and also had a goo wizard. Well, that was the original idea for the goo game, was to go down that route. But no, then Megabonk came out. Good game dev makes games he can make, not childish daydream ideas. Yeah, but like, how do you know? The real problem is, and this might be a problem with my mindset. Maybe I'm too optimistic. I think there is no such thing as a game that a game dev can't make. Read my message. I read it wrong though. Oh, you should make a mobile game about lifeguarding where you can swing around like Spider-Man. Posted it to Instagram with trends. Why a mobile game? We did a mobile game already. We want to release something on Steam. That's our next play. Then we can talk about going back to mobile or anything like that. But even then, I don't know about the mobile stuff. When we make a fully finished game / any software, you need to have a strict goal and follow it. Don't forget to smell the roses on the way. Just my 2 cents. Yeah. I mean, that's what we did for the first game. That's how we released our first game within 7 months. Did you ever get the game on the Play Store? Heck no. No. Do you ever plan to making a game with a goo wizard in it? I didn't plan on going down this gooey route whatsoever. Because what I did at the start of everything. Okay, push cowering shots better. Oh. Discard change. All right, let's see. What I did before is I cower shots. Seems to be the same. Random direction normalized. Negative 60, 60. Did we not do rotated before? Wait, is that it? Is it just rotated? Let's go into it. Ah, the rotated. What happens if we go up? Because that's the other problem. Oh, something's shooting up. Oh, the cowering guy's shooting up. Oh, sweet. Okay. Wait, he's reloading. There he goes. That makes sense. Kavino, you are very gooey. Am I? Okay. Boom. I don't know if I can live without the goo wizard. Do you have a plan for art? No. I have a plan for coming up with a plan. That's the big one. Come up with the plan. We know the mechanics that we like so far. And I think, see, that's the other problem is this is why I like to make games, is because, or why I like to make games in a linear fashion is because it just helps me keep my idea set. Optimism is important, but being realistic is more important. Well, yeah, like a cautious optimism is what I'm saying. Hey, Kavino, you're evil. Thanks, Sanas. You can't make an infinitely perfect, the bestest game ever. Well, right. Like, I'm not saying, when I say optimism, I don't mean like complete unadulterated optimism going crazy. No. I mean like realistic optimism. And I guess my definition of realistic would be you can make any game possible, or you can do any mechanic you want. The caveat there is how long is it going to take you to do that? So the difficult part is finding that skill deficiency where doing everything's possible, but how long is it going to take you to actually do that? I heard we were playing Repo together. Oh, are you playing as well, Nor? We're playing on the... When did he say it? On the 30th. 30th. Yeah, Thursday. Wait, on Thursday? Am I streaming on... Is it Thursday? Is the 30th? Does that mean I'm streaming on Thursday? Oh, nuts. Looks like it. Yay, Kavino stream on Thursday. Yeah, apparently so. Apparently so. Making perfect fried egg, easy. Raising chickens and cows and milking them and harvesting the wheat, milling the flour to make 3-story wedding cake from scratch, very hard. Yeah, but it's doable. Ew, I'm gonna be on at least 2 streams. Nor, you're taking the assumption that I'm not just gonna instantly mute you. No, it's not doable. I mean, I think it's doable. $1 billion budget games with 400 people working on them flop. True. Dang, rude. I was doing it because you said you were getting nervous of being on 2 different streams, two streams. So you're welcome, if anything. You can have infinite budget and infinite manpower and still make a bad game. True. Yes, true. I'm actually nervous. Just be on the surface, be calm and ready to I don't know where I'm going with that song, with the lyrics. I was once way too optimistic about programming language. I thought it would replace HTML. Failed comically. You're one guy with 0 budget, and you have to scale your games to something you can do. Not optimistic ideal of that anything's possible. I see. Also, if you can't manage infinite manpower properly, then you'll also fail. True. Very true. I wonder... Well, let's think here. It's definitely possible and realistic to do power-ups and enhancements of some sort. That's definitely in our purview, what we can do. We've done it before. So that's doable. We just made an enemy. Now, is the enemy very good? I think it's on the right track. I think we're on the right track with these enemies. Because now imagine them with a better nav mesh in a full map with voice lines. Although the attacking part, like this right here, we'd have to do animations. So we want them to attack and then reposition. Attack, reposition. Which I guess is the something more so they're not just stationary when attacking. We also want them, imagine them as jars of peanut butter. What? We also want to add the ability to dodge this, the goo ball. Because I picture the goo ball as a grenade. Like, that's kind of the intent of that goo ball, is to just be a grenade. Kinda. Lurk, time to go and die. Sounds good, Vongo. See what I did there? I did. That was pretty good. Pretty good. All right, let's see. Goo ball. And then we do... Do we go deeper into... I guess we do go deeper into the enemy behaviors, and then we worry about the power-up stuff. And then finally the objectives, and then we have a game loop. Maybe that's the play. Maybe. When did we start this project? 8 days ago. So we still got... I want it done in 2 weeks. I want it done in 2 weeks. So if we're at day 8 already, that means we got 6 days left. Minus 2. We got 4 days left. So we should probably call the enemy good at that point. And then start making the power-ups then. Yeah. Yeah. Because I'm trying to limit myself to 2 weeks on a prototype. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. So let's start doing a power-up. Or we probably should also do another enemy to grab the enemy, or grab the player off of swinging. No, let's do the power-ups, because if it's not fun killing grunts, then you don't have a game. Yeah. Like, there are little game modes in Halo where you're just killing a grunt. Also, worst of all, you get distracted by a swarm of Roblox players and TikTok watchers for 3 hours every time you work on a game. That's a huge, huge debuff. It's a debuff to a little bit of game dev, I think. A little bit. But I think the positive side far outweighs the debuff that you get. I think so. It's not a wizard anymore. Now it's just a snot container. You're a snot container. Sheesh. People these days. It's beautiful. He's a little goo guy. A little goo guy. Let's do an area. Yeah. I feel targeted. I think that was targeted, Santas. Let's call this the power up. All right, power ups. What do we want? We want, well, okay. We have the legs. One thing I think would be good though is having surfaces that can and can't be goo roped in your levels. Which we do have that to a point. It's actually something you have to do if you have any kind of level design. Yeah, we do have that partially, or at least we have the mechanics to add on to this. Right here, get collision type. So we can do that. We can have a type for untargetable or whatever. Because anybody will be able to just goo rope to the end of the game like it is now. Well, yeah, we want to, for this prototype, my thought process is just keep it small. Keep it super small. And then if the prototype is fun, then we make the map bigger. That's kind of the idea here. I think. But then again, for the prototype, maybe I should have started with a even bigger map. Do we just make a new map? Maybe that's the play. Well, probably tomorrow or something, we'll make a map in Blender, like a full-blown map in Blender, and then we can pull that map in, and then we'll be chilling. Yeah, I think that'll be the play. I can use like I'll use some pre-made assets for pipes and science lab things. I'm sure I can find something before stream tomorrow. And I'll start building that out. But for now we'll do the power-ups. 5-day streak on Cam and Iffy. Oh, holy moly. Holy moly. Some ballers over there. That's the word. Ballers. Power-ups. We need a mesh instance. And we're just gonna do like a little sphere for now. It's gonna be boring. Then we need a collision shape. And we'll do a sphere. Make it a little bit bigger. Like so. A little bit bigger. Like that. So you have to be kind of on top of it, but not really. And then we'll just make it like yellow. So it's like, whoa, I want that. There we go. Boom. From the void, I have returned. What up, Origami? How you doing? Long time no see. I'm just shoving everything in debug right now. Doing pretty good. How about you guys? We're doing. Power up. Class name. Power up. There we go. All right. So power-ups. What are the power-ups we're making? We want, should tell me when you have a testable game so I can bully it. Well, Origami, did you play Bear Attack Simulator? Did you enjoy that game? That was a good game. No. It's the best game I've made to date. Best game I've programmed to date. Because we made it in together with Plobby Plobby3, the most famous monkey on all of Twitch, who did all of the artwork and the music. Best game I've made to date. So far. So far. The game we're working on right now, we'll take that position. Every new game we make will be better than the last, I hope. Yeah. Bear Attack Simulator, what's it on? It lags on web, but you can also do Windows and Linux. Bear Stack Stimulator, something like that. Since the #1 free 3D mobile game with complex mechanics developed in 2025. Yeah. All right, power-ups. I wrote down, I think. Did I? I did not. Oh. And why are you spaced out? There we go. Progression. Ah, that's what I wanted. Link me. Game. Sad. Origami. I just linked it. Right here. Right there. Bear Attack Simulator. Right there. I'm blind. Reply. Paste. There you go. There you go. Shodos, Vongo, what are you guys on? Thank you. Thank you. So we want the goo enhancement. So we want different flavors of goo. I hate that stupid new blob. Oh, sad as. You'll grow to like them. It'll be okay. We can always change them back. You forgot your own game's name? Oh, wait. The #1 free 3D mobile game with complex mechanics developed in Godot in 2024/2025? Yes. What a shame. What a shame. No, you wrote the acronym. The acronym was just written wrong. That's all. Yeah. What is F3DM? Needs a PC build. Free 3D mobile game with complex. No, the #1. You forgot #1. That's why.
I'm watching you, Kavino. All roads lead to Rome.
Nice. Terrible emoji combo, Vongo. What about goo with splash damage? Yes. Yes. I agree. Bigger impact splash damage. We can do that right now, actually. Thanks. Kavino hates it. I was told by iHeart. Yes, that's true. Ignore him. He's just a hater. That's me, Kavino the hater. Let's see. So I want to do a body entered. Boom. Boom. Bang. And then if body is not player. Am I trying to get the most survival time? No. You are trying to, well, kind of. If you want the actual calculations for the score, it's based off of, it's kills times 10 plus time divided by 2, I believe. I think that's the scoring, is this. So you really just want the most kills and survive the longest. Well, I can currently survive forever. I've already won. What? We fixed that. How are you? What did you do? Guys, Skibidi Toilet just uploaded gore? I hope not. I'd be very disappointed. It's not gore. That's the... man, oh man. I already won. Fight me. I don't know. But there's one bear. And it doesn't know I'm here. Huh. That's weird. Let's do a... Is the one on the website not updated? No, they're both updated. If you see rocket launchers on them. I didn't download it. Ah. No, they're both updated. They both have, if you see a rocket launcher, then it's updated. It should be. Yeah, I used the rocket launcher, then yeah, it's updated. We just wrapped a nice little bow on it and then brought it behind the shed. Now there's just one bear. Oh, that's weird. It should spawn after like 10 seconds. With orange glow? Yeah, that's the charging bear. It's not moving. Oh. Oh well. That's a shame. That's a shame. I want to do funk, add power up. I will warn you, Origami, to get the actual highest score, you're gonna have to AFK for like 25 hours. Like, if you look at the dashboard on, oh my lordy lord. Here we go. Leaderboard. If you look at the actual leaderboard, the real one is 50k. 50k. I hid those though. They're all cheaters. I got rid of them. I hid anything that was above 3k. Actually, except for Iffy. Iffy must have just gotten this actually on the 13th. Yeah. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Iffy, what were you doing at 2 o'clock in the morning? Okay, focus on work. You're right. Why did that block that? I just checked Vongo. I did. There's no gore there. What are you talking about? Chill. So will me abusing the broken run count? I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna be deleting anything off the leaderboard. All right, add power up. So what we need to do is we need to handle power ups. So to handle power ups, nah, it's boring. I'm gonna figure out why. Sounds good. Try it. Did you do the energy drink yet? That's the selling point of the game, is the energy drink. Let's see. So what we want to do is for the goo rope, I want to, let's see, slam grapple launch. I do have one complaint about the web version. Is it laggy? Like super laggy? My mouse can move off the game. Oh, that's weird. That's very weird. I didn't know about that. I haven't... What browser are you using? Google. Huh. When I tried to Google Chrome, it locked in. I'm not sure. All right, let's see. Where are we calling the impact? Slam grapple launch. Reset rope, collision, can slam. Okay, so if can slam, because I unlocked it and it doesn't relock. Oh, maybe, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not looking at that game anymore. It's just behind it. We brought it behind the shed, honestly. But it's still the best game I've made so far. I've programmed so far. Mostly for the energy drink. Launch. Can slam. Oh, is it the slam state on the player? Yes, it is. Slam state. And then... Goo slam impact. Here it is. So what we need to do is we need to apply enhancements. Does your Discord have mods? Yes. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Boom. Let's see. They didn't actually, there wasn't any gore actually posted. It was, if you're wondering what they're talking about, this was the gore. It was a picture of the Goo Wizard. It was originally the Goo Wizard, And then the goo wizard got. Goo wizard got. All right, so we need to apply enhancements on shoot goo. Let's think. Did you give the bears an aggro range? Yes. Whoa, stop throwing it. My bad. I figured they were taking the piss. Yeah. Shoot goo. It's the goo wizard spawn. You're getting reported. Did you give him a spawn cap? I think I did. I think so. Like there's a spawn cap where it's like there can't be more than 10 bears on the screen, I think. Or 15 bears, something along those lines. I know why I'm not dying. That's crazy. Shoot goo. If you kill the bear, then more will spawn. I know that. Goo slam impact. So I need to do an apply power-ups. We're gonna double check how we did it because we did it pretty well in the goo game. Pretty well. I want to see if I can take that and make it better. I'm safe forever. Okay. Listen, it's a... Yeah, I don't know what to say about the bear attack simulator. Boom. The excuse I can make is I made it. I programmed it in 2 weeks. Don't want to download it. Let's see. Tongues, Homer. So go to the player. Ability manager. Here we go. 2 weeks for this is great. Thank you. Okay. What I was doing here is I added the enhancements by doing a GD script. You're simply missing your best bug finder. That's true, Origami. Where were you when we needed you most? Just vanished. Gone. A whole month passed. And then we finally found him. Can cast. Okay. I was schooling. I see. Schooling. var abilities, enums, ability type, ability string, and then ability dot enhancements. So then what we do is with this array of enhancements that we have, we get damage enhancements. So for enhancement in enhancements, if it's a damage enhancement, then we get modified. Okay. That's a complex system. Yeah. As a GD script. So I could do a simpler version for now of just taking the enhancements, giving it an enum maybe. Yeah. Maybe. I'm not doing that, Santas. I'm not doing it. I'm sorry. Yeah, so I'll do a very simple version. If I learn all your code, I could find bugs. Oh. I mean, it's not encrypted. Let's see. So I want an array of enhancements. Yeah. How am I going to do that, though? An array of enhancements. I'm a kind guy. That's good. Why is AWS dying? I don't know. I've heard that. What if code is one big bug? Maybe. Okay, let's do... Not in the constant. Do this. We can do var enhancements. as an array of I guess I could do an enum as well. Howdy origami. Enum enhancements. And then goo impact. An array of enhancements equals blank. And then pickup, we will do func ready pass, and then we'll do pick enhancement type, and that will player.current.enhancements, and then I can do social interaction complete. Bye. See you later, origami. Have a great one. Var enhancements as an array of player.current.enhancements, and then return player.current.enhancements.goo impact. Current under player is not a valid type. So I'd have to do an autoload for this. Crap. Okay. I can do that. Let's do a new folder. No? Check the logs. Told me I don't have any proof. You're just doing that wrong. What am I... Is it just player dot? Because you don't need the current. Yeah, it's just player dot. Yeah. Okay. So then pick enhancement type. We'll do that. And we'll actually just do enhancements dot pick random. There we go. And then for add power up, we do player dot. We'll do body as character. Let's do as a player. And then we'll do body dot enhancements dot append pick enhancement type, like that. And then in here, add power up body. Is literally Gooey's Bear Venture. That's probably the closest description so far. Yeah. Yeah. Because that's kind of the idea here. Is actually let's do var. Is we're trying to take things that we've done in the past and what work, and go from there. And then we'll do chosen like that. Yeah. Yeah, we're trying to take what has worked in the past and worked well, and then apply that to our next games. Kind of building off of each other. Build upon what works, make it into something new and cooler. I don't know, man. Sounds like a wild concept. Tell me about it. I also wrote this really poorly. I wrote this like really broken up, too broken up for what I need, but it's fine. We'll do this. Add new element, goo impact. So then what we're gonna do is in the player, I'll just store it all here. Sanders, who are you talking about? We want to do in the enhancements. Where is it? Where's the array? Here it is. Enhancements. So we can do an apply enhancements. Func apply enhancements. Void. Fun fact, today I bought 2 packets. That's it. And then, all right, Kavino, it's confirmed. I'm taking the gang out for dinner. Sweet. I'm down with that. If is empty, then turn. There we go. Also, because I'm volunteering 10 hours at the fest for free ticket. Oh, you're getting a free ticket. That's sweet. That's cool. Let's see. Then we can do for enhancement. In enhancements, if enhancement is enhancements dot equals wait, what's wrong here? GooSlam base player dot enhancements. What did I call it? Goo impact? Holy moly. I really wish I separated this. Hey, Kavino, English only, please. Sorry. Goo impact. There we go. And then I can do, yep. I can do impact radius plus equals whatever, impact damage plus equals whatever. Now I need impact radius, impact damage. So I will do var impact damage float equals, so where do you want to go for dinner? Then pick a cuisine. Cam, you're gonna have to DM me that and ask so I can actually take the time and give you a good response, because I have no idea right now. Damage is 25, so it started at 30. I just do a modifier. Maybe. Wait, if Kavino's American, what does that mean? He's either a soldier or a scout from TF2? Or I'm just, you know, just Kavino maybe. Maybe that's me. Impact radius float equal goo. Oh. Let's go impact this. And then I need to do the cube needs to get bigger along with the Kavino and Cam on dating confirmed. Not quite Vongo. It would be Kavino, Cam, Hypnotic, Irad, Conrad, Dino, and whoever else is there. We have a... Wait, Scottish drinking. Cam, you're the DD. What do you mean? There ain't no Scottish drinking going on. You're the DD. Boom, boom. And we're gonna do funk, adjust size, and we'll take in a radius. We'll take in a scale. The hotel has a pub. Cam, you really want to drink at a hotel? Get free Godot merch as well. That's huge, Cam. That's huge. That's gonna be pretty cool. Problem here is a special Godot 25 volunteer shirt. Nice. The collision shape needs to get bigger. So collision shape radius. We can do a var for it. Collision radius has a float equals 8. And then axis is unique. Dot mesh, no, shape dot radius equals collision radius. I don't need that. And then we also need to scale the... What if I just scale the X and the Z? Yeah, that won't look as good, because I also need to hit the Y. Okay. So what I can do then is the cube scale. So it is the impact mesh. Impact mesh dot scale equals var impact scale. My internet keeps going away every 10 minutes. I'm raging. Ooh, that blows. That blows. I hate when the internet goes out. 1 1 1. Could just do vector 3 1. Vector 3. There we go. Equals impact scale. Impact scale. And then we want to say the impact up actually needs to change from a constant to be the top of the AABB. I mean, if I make it 2 and then I bring it to 0, that still works. And if I bring it to negative 0.6, what would the scale of 2 be? And to be down to negative 1.2. So I just multiply it by 2. So impact down will be a variable instead. Impact down float equals negative 0.6. Delete that. And then do impact down. There we go. impact down equals 0.6, but I need to change this instead. So I just change impact down. Yeah. Adjust size. And that should be good. No, but I may be on the spectrum. There you go. Okay. Equals 8. I don't need that though. So I can just say has enhancements. Cool. And then I do true. This isn't gonna work. My brain is already exploding. Oh dear. Oh dear. Why is the brain giving out on me? Has enhancements. So then I can just say, under Goose Slam Impact, I'll do if has enhancements, then I can do impact dot damage. Although it may be true, but we'll never know because I'm never testing that. That works. Impact dot boom. I mean, I don't think it really matters all that much as long as you're functioning. Collision radius. Times equals 2. We should go Godot fast. I don't have the money for it. Or the ride to get to the airport. Yeah, it's expensive, Tommy. Very expensive. Oh, there goes the internet again. Ooh. Dang. What's going on with your internet? That's terrible. Impact down. Times 2. Impact dot down. Impact down. Now I know I'm just doing a placeholder right now. Just making it all times 2. Impact scale as well. So you're only gonna have one of each. Just to get the idea if this feels good. On one day, it's just fine. The other days, it just does this constantly evenings and only the evenings. I was finding that too when I had a really bad internet provider. It would be on the evenings because that's usually like the prime times, and it would just boom give out. It was terrible, absolutely terrible. Let's see, impact scale times 2. That should work. All right, let's see it in action. We'll add the power up and then just see it work. So adds power up. And then I actually don't even need an adjust size. Actually, I do for the shape radius. Yeah. I think that's it. Let's try it. Testing zone. Pick up. Power up. Boom. So I always think it's related to the ISP that can't handle all the usage. Yeah, I could see that being the case. Or sometimes it's like if you have wires, sometimes the wires, especially if you're in an older house, they won't replace the wires. And so things like animals or just standard like erosion, wear and tear will start messing with the wires. So then during those peak times, it causes issues. That's another one. I didn't queue free the power up. And then queue free. All right, let's see if that works. Game name seems very bad though. I think it's missing something. Goo Wizard, it is. Cats would munch on the cables. Well, I don't know about cats, because usually they're kind of a little bit underground. Just a little bit. Oh, that's the wrong button. All right, so this is the initial impact. Boom. And then if I grab this, it's not looking for the player. Cats do love to munch on earplugs. What? On earplugs? That's weird. Okay. Oh. Initial impact. Boom. Then this one. Now I'm getting attacked by a mosquito in October. Why? How are you getting attacked by a mosquito? You outside or something? Oh, that worked. Cool. Inside. How did a mosquito? Why'd you let a mosquito inside? Sounds crazy. Okay, and then I need to do knockback power as well. This needs to be a variable though. Still so warm here in October. The mosquitoes are chilling. That's crazy. It's actually pretty decent here. I mean, it's 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Not terrible. Then again, I haven't been outside in longer than I'd like to admit. I wish I could go outside more though. Would be nice. Knockback power. Knockback power. There we go. Feel your pain, North Pole. I have the same issues. 17 degrees Celsius. Insane. What is 17 degrees Celsius? 17C to F. Oh, whoa. It's about the same temperature. A little bit warmer, actually. Doing with the bunch in Arizona still. Monsoons have brought... Ooh. It was just... It's actually been downpouring all day today. I woke up in the morning and I thought I woke up at like 2 in the morning or something. But it was like 7 a.m. when I woke up. And I thought it was 2 or something crazy because it was so dark out. But nope. Just the clouds. Just the clouds. All right, then we do impact dot knock back power times equals 2. Cool. Rainy vibes are immaculate though. I don't know. I'm not much of a fan. Not much of a fan. All right, so we now have the impact. Forces size into your home when it gets cold outside. I haven't had that either. Yeah, I haven't had that issue either. Mosquitoes coming inside. We've had like ladybugs trying to come in. That's rough. Boom. Or the wasp ordeal, if anyone remembers that. When wasps started pouring out of my back door. That was, holy moly. I wish I recorded it. I really do. That was a battle. An actual battle of me versus the wasps and ants. was a mixture of them that were just pouring out of the top of the door. I had to pull a vacuum out and go crazy. Oh, man. All right, let's see. I think that's okay. That works. So now we need another one for the goo. The goo. So what we can do is say, oh, no, we should do for has enhancement, we can do type as enhancements, and then we do if enhancement equals type. Bam. Yeah. Worst part, I have mosquito net on every window in the house, but birds poke holes in them. Oh my lord. That's wild. All right, let's see here. This internet is just annoying me. Yeah. Speaking of internet, I'm still waiting on my response from this company to see if I'm gonna have good streamable internet while in Germany. Good streamable internet. I sent them a message, but if they don't respond soon, I don't know what I'm gonna do. It's gonna be expensive too. The internet alone, man. It drops for less than 30 seconds each time. Oh, it's one of those things where it's like you just get the taste of the internet and then it just goes away. I don't like that. If has enhancement, and enhancements dot goo impact. There we go. Cool. Now for shoot goo, taste of the internet. That's a name. The taste of internet. Yeah. You've never had the taste of internet? Yeah, if it would drop for 2 hours, that's not great, but less annoying than this. Yeah, for sure. If has enhancements, goo ball or enhancement dot enhancements dot goo ball. Then scroll up 100,000 lines. Goo ball. Oh, we want different enhancements for the goo ball. So much code. Yup. That's how it be. Brain plode. That's my brain currently. I can tell my programming is getting worse and worse and worse. And we still have an hour left of stream. Worse and worse. Like, I'm writing things so disgustingly. This is like day one stuff Kavino would write. Oh, because I didn't do a thing. Isn't that the reverse of what should happen? Yes, it is. It is. But when your brain starts breaking, then you start writing worse and worse code. And ugh, man, oh man. All right, if has enhancements goo ball, then what we can do is say, attack speed. Oh, wait. We can do, what is that? It's a bubble. Boom, boom, boom. Do it down here. Goo ball dot damage times equals 2. Equals 2. Yeah, I don't even know what, wait. You want to see code when I'm exhausted and trying to brute force a feature because it's too complicated to mental model and solve. And so you just wing it? Yeah, I don't want to see it. Yeah, That's where we're at. I'm trying to think if there's anything easier that I could take on right now while trying to, instead of jumping into the, I mean, I could plan out the enhancements, which ones we do. I could do that. So we'll do like enhancements, and then we'll do goo slam, and we want, let's see here, underline, and then we want slam size. Yup. So this will be the size plus knockback power. This is daydreaming. Is this daydreaming ironic? This is planning. This is getting everything organized in a nice list of what we want done. So then that way, when the brain refreshes tomorrow, I can just hit it. I don't have to think about it. I can just go, boom, slam size, which we already have done. Goo stuff. Yeah. What else does the slam want to do? Oh, I also would like a goo type as well. I think that would be really cool. So we could do something like acidic goo. All goo abilities deal damage over time. We can do sticky goo. All goo abilities slow enemies. I think some of UI's element gathering function gives people PTSD. I've probably seen it, Shadows. I don't recall right now. My brain isn't, it's not functioning. It's not functioning. Any of the projects has a really big scope. Do you have a plan on what the game's gonna be? Don't want to be rude, just wondering. You think our scope's too big too? Everyone's saying that our scope's too big. Your eyes look like you were just, you just got Vietnam flashbacks. Yeah, basically. It's true? Is the scope too big? I mean, the only thing we have in the scope is right here. We have the movement. We got 3 enemies, 1 boss, and then enhancements, or we'll call them power-ups. I mean, I must be missing something, because this doesn't look like a big scope to me. Like, what am I missing here? Obviously, you go deeper into all of these. The scope isn't too big, the uncertainty is. Nothing wrong with working on a project consistently for years. Bad to switch goals every 2 days. Yeah, we're not looking to spend years on this game. We're looking to spend like, well, on the prototype, we're looking to spend 2 weeks total. On the, if we make it into a real game, then I'm thinking like 6 months. Yeah, I don't see what's, I guess objectives would be the next one, because I want to have that, but that, they all kind of tie in together. It's like a whole year of proper development, but it's fine if you keep at it. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind a year as well. But I really don't, I can't imagine it takes a year to make 3 enemies, 1 boss, power-ups, and objectives. I can't imagine that. Like, I think I could confidently make Realm Rapture in maybe in about half the time that we did before. So in like 3 or 4 months. Though Horror took a year to make, even with some model and basic items done before. Well, let me also ask this. How much time, like actual time, was put in though? Because we got to remember, I think from the amount of hours that I stream, but then again, how much of that time is actually focused work? Okay, I'm rage quitting the internet and going to read a book and sleep. Sounds good, North. Sleep well. Enjoy your book. Hopefully it's an amazing book about business. Something fun. Something exciting. Took a break for like 2 months. That was about it. Pretty consistent on it. Yeah, what is pretty consistent, like hours-wise? None of it. None of it is focused work. Very motivated to finish that game. I think when you list out all of this and imagine the game, maybe you don't really see the work it takes to make it good. Maybe that's what I'm wondering, is maybe that's the case. Maybe. Because movement, it's going to be tweaks for like 1 week of tweaks, maybe. Of tweaks. This is purely programming wise. I should also take into account the modeling and learning Blender and doing that. That's going to take probably closer to like 3 weeks. Maybe 2. Just for the modeling for the movement stuff. You know what? If you can get past the cringe, I can give you the link to play it. Now, if you really want, just for comparison, oh no, I'm fine right now. I'm just thinking, like, who's gonna model and animate these enemies and do it good enough that people will buy it on Steam? I will. I'll have to learn how to game dev or how to 3D model. Not necessarily big scope. What's the main gameplay? Are you still going for roguelite or something different? I'm going for roguelite. Like, it's a, you're gonna learn that in 2 months and then do it within the same 2 months. I'm gonna be learning while doing. Like, I'm not saying they're gonna come out perfect, but I think we can make them come out at least acceptable-ish while making the rest of the game. I mean, yeah, gotta do what you gotta do, right? Sounds to me like Ironic was volunteering to do it for free. No. I can figure it out. I think I can definitely make a character like this. Can I make the legs? No. They have to come out perfect. You're making your perfect Steam game, right? No. We're not making a perfect Steam game. That's crazy. We can't make perfect. I'm not at that level. We're just making like to 80% of my abilities. That's the goal. We want to make the game to 80% of what I am capable of doing. And then from there we can, no game is perfect, true. But if we go to 80%, because we all know that the last 20% takes 80% of the time. So if we just do and focus on the 80%, because this 20% could take another year in total. So if we just focus on the 80% and getting it there, that would be shippable. Then we can release it on Steam and still be relatively proud of it. Triggers do it good enough, and then even though you're learning to do things better, manage to keep the low bar of good enough, so speed goes up. Yeah, to an extent. I think to an extent. I mean, really, I think we just go about it the same way as Realm Rapture. You just send it, and then over time, after sending it over and over and over and over and over, you'll eventually make something good. And just progressively getting better each time. I got my suit dry cleaned today as well. Let's go, Cam. Hello, how advanced are we going? Think Halo grunts. I want all the power-ups. Do you, Chandu? Do you? We gotta figure them out, though. Behavior tree advanced? Not quite that advanced. Like a simplest, I mean, if you can call it that. But right now the brain's kind of fried, so we're working on trying to figure out some power-ups. Oh, that's fun. Everything broke. Why? What's wrong with the player? Why is the player broken? Save. Okay, that's fine. Dry cleaned it just for the airport runs. Nice. Unless I am wearing a chauffeur outfit the whole way to the castle as well. No, when you're bringing us to the castle, you don't gotta worry about the chauffeur outfit. That's impractical. The airport runs, driving us to Godot Fest, absolutely needed. Absolutely. Do you have an issue? Do you have the issue at 4.5? When you undo it, it breaks the undo history and you can't save anymore? No, I haven't run into that. But I'm also on 4.5.1. So I assume maybe they might have fixed it. What am I doing here? We add power up, pick enhancement type. Oh, that did not work. Player. Oh yeah. So that's what goo ball, damage, like that. The other problem is I need to do, I'm gonna have to break this up into a separate thing, just like we did with the previous goo game. Okay, that's not working. Why is that not working? Okay. Because we need a way to, we're gonna need like an ability manager basically for these guys, and then we move the code over there. That way we can do the full applying the changes. Yeah. Because I think our ability system was quite good. Complex, but it was quite good. And we can also do, howdy Ryan, how are you doing? Goo ball dot, what is it called? Bounces? Bounce count? Bounce count times equals, because I don't like doing this. I think this is really bad. It was awful, actually. That's crazy. You think that was awful? The whole enhancement thing? This is like how you do enhancements. Decent. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I bit the bullet and switched over to Steam Godot. That way I don't have a bunch of past Godot versions. I need one little download it. Oh. Gooey's Adventure was awful? Really? Are you saying awful because it was set up properly and in like a complex way? An optimal complex way? Or are you saying awful because it was truly acting awful? Remember how it took multiple days to get things to work because you had to change the same value in 5 different spots? I don't think I had to do that. Did it? I'm trying to remember that. It doesn't look that way. Whew, excuse me. Because the way we did this is we had our ability, our base class ability. Obviously we don't need this for this game, but this is because our abilities also leveled up and did a bunch of other stuff. But this was the big one. We just had functions on the ability for getting the different enhancements. And then it would add it in. And I could just slap all this into one function, I guess. Actually, 100% could. And then if it's a damage enhancement, so we did extend enhancement, which is a little weird. But this was the, if I'm not mistaken, this was the proper way that we learned to do it. What would be a better way of applying enhancements? I think I got sent a YouTube video from Mike on how to do it. Where is it? Yeah, that's the advanced stat systems. Kind of, not really. So you're using resources for the enhancements. Yes. I believe that's what enhancement does. Yeah. That's what we did before. So enhancements here is a resource. And then we created it, but not as a resource. How did we do this? Guess we just extended it and then made a new script every time. That's weird. So I could do an enhancements resource in here. And then we check if we have those resources. Let's try that out. Enhancements. And then we'll do folder color purple. Create new script. Enhancement. Boom. Class name enhancement. Extends. Resource. Delete that. Boom. But what would we have in this? We need like a modifier type. Because the way we did it before is we had to add a new script every time because we needed special logic. But most of the time it would look like this. Things like the explosion just had damage. Healing, we just get modified. Poison. Speed, get modified. Yeah, that's all we did. Is we just had all these get modifieds that are in there. Or apply modifier. And then when we would call for it, we would do something like on here. Have to be in the player. And then in here, we had an array. Oh, we had the array of enhancements in each ability separately. And the reason for that was so then you can just modify the enhance with the same type of enhancement, but use it on different things. So we did that on the ability. And then we did an ability string. Okay, I see how this is a little wonky. Okay, then we would call on the unhandled input stuff. We would start calling for the ability to do the ability thing. So dash probably doesn't have any. It has a clear enhancements. add enhancement. Let's go to like a different one, like special attack. Yeah, so you'd have an ability. Let's go to ability 1 or special attack. We'd have the ability that would be a type, which we don't need. Name, texture, power up, amount to check how much to apply. Functions that each power up has in common, like adding modifier and applying it. Yeah, but they apply things differently. That's the other problem. That's why we made a bunch of scripts that would extend the resource. We don't need the leveling upgrades. That's unnecessary. But having the ability stats was quite nice. Having something like the ability cast time, ability speed, ability cooldown, ability damage, and a cost before. I think that might be the play, is we do a stats on each ability, and then that gives us a lot of stuff we can start modifying. And then we also had on-hit effects. This can just be 1 though. I guess it can't because we're doing it. We did it weird. Enhance speed. And this would be in the ability. So if I make an ability class and then move the goo ball and the smash, have them extend it. Yeah, there's quite a bit of work to be doing while also making satisfying 3D action platform enemies. I mean, yeah. Yeah. If it wasn't a lot of work, then it wouldn't be... then everyone would do it. It's probably why there's no 3D action platformer goo rope slam goo ball roguelite game out. I think doing I'm just trying to think of how we're gonna set up the enhancements. I almost think extending an ability class might be the play. So instead of extending node 3D, it would extend ability. Making it sound good. Have you heard of, because all of them dropped 1 week into development? That you've heard of, because they all dropped 1 week into development? Yeah, but like, we don't want to drop 1 week into a development. That's crazy. Do any of the modifiers have the same kind of application, like multiply this number and the other number? Yeah. They increase, like we would have things that we of course want are your standard power-ups. So things like increases damage by 30%, increases blank by 2%. Like that, we want those. But we also want more exciting ones, like your goo is now made of poison, is now poisonous, venomous, toxic, and does damage over time when it hits an enemy. Or your goo's now super sticky and will slow enemies. So like on-hit effects would be it. Let's see. Yeah, so how am I going to do that? I think what I need to do is do the components. I think components are going to be the play here. So the player won't be the one shooting the goo. The player will just say to shoot goo. And then I like the idea also of not just having these regular power-ups, but also having no skills. Welcome in. How are you doing? What were you working on? What were you doing, Overkane? Welcome. We are in the process of planning right now and thinking how we're going to apply all of our stuff. Let me snooze the ad real quick. So what we're working on right now, the brain's also really fried. We got our little game here where you can goo rope around, you can jump up, slam into enemies, you can shoot them with the goo ball, and then also, whoop, where is it? There it is. Boom. Hup. Get some legs that don't do anything yet. But yeah, that's kind of the idea right now. So we're trying to figure out how we're going to apply all of these buffs, all of these things, and make a action, roguelike, grapple, platformer, escape game. Yep. Because the whole idea of the game is the lab is melting down, and you need to escape. And then you got all the scientists that are coming after you and trying to capture you. Yeah. Boom. You guys looking good? Yeah, Ironic was changed him up and made him look good. Boom. A long time no see, but it seems you've been grinding. Absolutely. Absolutely. Just trying to get better. We're trying to finally get a Steam release going. Start working on a game to release on Steam. That would be ideal. Because we already got one release, but we haven't released in like almost a year. It's not almost a year. It's like 7 months. Something like that. 8 months. We haven't released in 7 or 8 months, which is just too long. Too long. So we want to make a new game, get that released, and then try releasing on Steam, because we've never released on Steam. We've only released on iOS. Boom. What were y'all working on? What were y'all doing? Oh, you're cowering. Let's close that. Let's see here. So to do these enhancements, models seem really nice. Yeah, Ironic made them. Still trying to think it through. What I would really like to see is this little dude. I'd like him to grow into like a Goozilla, but the model that I tried making, everybody was like, no, Cavino, that's disgusting. That's terrible. I hate it so much. And so now I'm trying to rethink everything. We're in the alpha demo of my game. 45 days left. Let's go. You could have the damage modifiers in the same function and then do the others in the same function, like adding dot and bouncing. Have the damage modifiers in the same function and then the others in the same function, like adding a dot. Oh, yes, yes. Like apply stuff to it. I mean, fingers may be the only funny part. I thought he was a cool little guy. We'll have to think. But yeah, we're gonna add some enhancements, and I'd really like to do the way to get enhancements, instead of just like picking things up, I think it'd be really cool to have little objectives that you do, and then you get them. Maybe we do dive into the slot machine mechanics of doing. Wait, let me get the shout out. I didn't do a shout out. Holy moly. Maybe we do dive into the slot mechanics of power-ups. The teeth are the only thing that's not cute. Yeah, but it didn't look good without the teeth either. Let's think. I think let's just do the, oh man. Do we break the ability down? Or do we, I think we do. I think we break the abilities down into components, and then we have the ability manager that will handle them. No, because we have the slam here. What is this? Oh. Attack timer. Shooting. Shoot goo. Okay, when we shoot goo, this is where we need to apply the enhancements. So if we're applying the enhancements, we would do... This is where we do it. Get damage, get speed, multi-shot, poison, healing. And here, and then we do the damage plus get the damage enhancement. Get split enhancements. And that's just a true or false Boolean. Ability speed. Explosion. Poison. Ah, so we did a lot of bools as well on the ball. I see. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that. Ah, shoot. All right, we have ads coming up, or playing right now. I'm just gonna check on the words real quick. I need to grab some more water. And then when I come back, we gotta start working. We just gotta, too much LARPing. We gotta work. So I will be right back real quick. Boop, boop. Woo! I have returned. All right, let's turn off these words. Boom, bam. Not too shabby. Where's the continue timer? Oh, it does auto start, but the auto start takes like 45 seconds to a minute to do. It's crazy. Crazy. So yeah, the mods do have the ability to do a next though. But they're all gone. Gone. Alright, let's see here. Now we need to do actual work. Focus. Game dev. Big up, LT. Big up. Let's think. For real, I haven't seen actual work in months. It feels that way, yeah. From last to first on the leaderboard. Let's go. Indeed, Mystical. Let's go. Not too shabby. All right, so how are we going to handle this? We need to figure out the best way to handle these dang power-ups. Oh, okay, that was an issue. To handle these power-ups. I also got to figure out what these legs are going to do. What these legs do. Maybe they just enhance the jump. I'm really enjoying your content on the background. Good night. Oh, thank you. Have a great one. Enjoy your night, Kala. Kayla? Boom. Give you armor. Do you have a health system? We do have a health system. I don't know if they... Oh, wait a sec. Shodos, you might be onto something. We can make it so they can break. That could work. Make it so they can break. That would make a lot of sense. I like this idea of having these like things you can pick up and put on your character. I think that's really cool. Scope equals crept. Is that we're just defining the scope right now. We're not creeping the scope. Is my armor system, by the way? Don't thank me. Gotcha. For now, because again, we do want to finish this prototype in a couple days. So what we'll do is we'll keep it super simple, and we can just say the robot legs activate. We'll take the jump and we'll do jump power, and we'll just make it bigger. That's it. Easy. So we'll take jump power here, which is currently 12. We're gonna make it a variable instead. Jump power as a float equals 12. Well, not 120, 12. Delete that. Come down here. Jump power. There we are. Easy. Then what we'll do is on the legs for activate, we can do player dot jump power equals, what did I say? It was 12. We can do 18. For deactivate, we'll just do player dot jump power equals 12. Easy. I said 12, right? Yeah. Bam. That's it. Scope not crept. Scope kept in order. Here's our jump. Boing. Okay, you can't really notice that jump. Oh. Okay, we need to make it a little bit bigger, maybe. Did I say 12 or 18? I meant to say 24. Crazy, do you just have integer armor points? Pick number, legs, else hit, damage return, else do normal damage. That makes sense. There we go. That's a jump. Look at those legs. Ugh. I need to change the deceleration on the swinging, I think. Swinging deceleration needs to change a bit. Boom. See, that feels good. But I keep missing. Oops. Get wrecked, nerd. In your case, you don't have to break your brain on how to put armor points display in your UI. That's true. True. I mean, I'm not worried. I think we need to get the base game going first before we dive into that. Tomorrow, we're definitely going to do the map. I think we do make a bigger map for this. I think so. And then that would allow us to focus on the other stuff. As an example of the function I'm talking about for enhancements, function apply enhancement, ability enhancement, and enhancement amount. Then you do ability damage dot damage plus equals damage times modifier. Yeah, I see what you're saying. That's basically what we had in the previous version. An agnostic function library for value augmentation. Could you say that in simpler terms for the other people in the audience that may need to help understanding what you're saying? Okay. I like this idea of picking things up though. Do we want to go, well, I guess the question is, do we go with the route of picking up legs and science equipment and putting it on us? Or you become bigger? He's talking about me. Oh. Func buff value, input float value modified by. Let's do a... Okay, know what I could do? Let's do in the goo ball. Player enhancements. I think this is because my brain's broke, but I think the best way to do this is to change the goo ball into a class as a node like this. That way we can attach the cooldown timer and then extend an ability. So we do things like we would have an array of enhancements that we add into it. Get damage enhancements. So we do enhanced damage. Then we say for enhancement in enhancements, enhancements being our array of enhancements. So how does a pickup then add that? Hang on. Pick or test. I could call it test power up. Yeah. So the way this works, oh dear. That's right. That's right. This was another thing we did, which I think is a good idea. Don't get me wrong. I think it's a good idea. But there's got to be a better way to do it. So we have the acceptable enhancements, right? And this is a dictionary where we have the name of the ability, and then we have the rarity of each thing. This is a nightmare to look at. Yeah, there's gotta Well, the only thing is, I think the other way of doing this would just be like a JSON or a config file, wouldn't it? Does GD have global macro functions? I don't know what you mean by macro functions, but we have globals. Like autoload singletons, whatever you want to call them. Acceptable enhancement. Function that can be called from anywhere with custom number of input. Yes. That would be just a global. That would be something like these autoloads that we have here. Like the effects, for example. You can call play sound effects from anywhere, and you just give it a audio stream, the player, and then the position of where. So maybe we make this a config file then. Think so. Okay, stop. Stopping. The reason you made this was to randomly generate random enhancements. Yes. With rarity types. I think having the rarity is still good. Right. We're not going that insane. This time we're only doing the only enhancements that would change. It would be things on the, actually we'd be doing the goo type. We would be doing the player stats. So that would be things like health buff, heal, movement speed maybe. Might be better as a class. Well, yeah, that's what we had, and we would extend from it. That's really it. And then the next one would be Goo Slam. Oh, the Goo Ball. So it'd be things like bounce count, explosion. You don't get the robot legs from doing that objective. You can't get anything for doing any objective. Intent for this game. Wait. So you intend on this game for the player to randomly find random enhancements? No. I'd like to do it based off of the objectives. I think that would be best. But the problem with the objectives that I keep thinking about is how many of these are we gonna have? Like, how many objectives do we need to have? Because if we have too many, that might be a problem. The other idea with the objectives was to only have 3 objectives. So we would do like 3 objectives. Let's just do this. 3 objectives. And what we would say for them is after every 3 waves. So probably every 3 waves. Every 3 waves, we would take those objectives and we would basically reset them and change them in some capacity. So 3 objectives duplicated around big map? No. I was thinking just 3 objectives that are within the map I guess just 3 per 3 waves. So on wave 1 and 3, there are 3 objectives. If you're looking at the map here, and this is the exit, and this is where the player starts. Objective 1, Ezra, welcome in. How are you doing? What were you working on? So you would have like objective 1 would be here, objective 2 would be here, and this would be objective 3. That's on waves 1 and 3. And then on wave, let's go wave 4 to what, 7? It would go orange. It might be like 1 is here, 2 is here, 3 is here. Something like that. Got some cool space shader in place. Let's go. That's awesome. Dread on arrival is coming together nicely. Nice, nice. Valve never did objective 3, if you know what I mean. Ha ha ha. We are Void. How you doing? Time to go eat. Enjoy your food, Ezra. Thank you for the raid. We are currently working on trying to figure out our prototype for this new game. And my brain decided to shut down about an hour ago. And so we're slogging through it, just trying to hammer in an idea, hammer in a plan. And so what we're making is a gooey roguelite platformer thing. How many games have you made so far? Depends on how you define made. Do you define them as released? How do you define released? There's a lot. In terms of like games on itch and stuff, probably like 8. In terms of released, like officially on a commercial store, just 1. Boom. And bam. But we're trying to plan out a new game to release, because we want to get something on Steam. Nope, just to the point it's playable. Oh, a lot. I don't understand what the objectives mean, actually. So the objectives are a reason to not be going directly to the exit, and doubles as a reason to, or sorry, doubles as a way to power up as well. So the idea might be, one objective could be, oh no, the pipes bursted, and now the area is flooding with goo. Another one could be, oh, I need another power up. I need to get stronger so I can take on these enemies. Let me go destroy the drone area or whatever. Little things like that would be the idea here. So it's something else to do to make you stronger. I mean, what if the exit becomes available after you kill X amount of enemies? Or you do something in the room that might be randomized. Warframe does that? That could be a play. That could be a play as well. Instead of super extending the room, there's some objective that needs to be hit that would unlock the door. Such as getting key cards or whatever. That could be a play. Having another idea I really liked was having a separate box out room type deal here or wherever, somewhere. Have a separate boxed out room, and then you can only get into the room if you have a certain type of goo. So if you have like a acidic goo, then you shoot your goo ball at it and the wall will break, and then you can go inside. Stuff like that. I think that would be really cool. They have multi-stage bounty system where objectives are randomly picked. Yeah, it might be a lot though. You can never go wrong with mad scientists experimenting on you and testing your abilities. Yeah. We're thinking like a lab meltdown type of deal. So the lab's exploding, melting down, and you're trying to escape because you're an experiment basically. And so you're getting attacked by scientists and other failed experiments, stuff like that. Kill X enemies, defend object for X seconds, pick up X items around the area. Yeah, stuff like that, Shotos, is what I was thinking for them. And then those would reward you with becoming stronger and getting power-ups. I think I missed something. Did I miss something? No, I guess not. Oh, idea instead of random rarity. If you pick the same one again, it becomes stronger. Yes. That could be good. Yeah. Each gives you a random power up. Yeah, I was thinking either this is where I'm kind of caught in a cross of like, do we want to do, let's go green. Do we want the slot machine, the standard slot machine type deal where it rolls and then you pick? Obviously, slot machine doesn't have to look like this, but you get the idea. Yeah. You're making Tony Hawk Pro Skater. That's what you're making. I haven't played Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Wait, what did I already forgot? Oh, I was doing the power-ups. Progression. Let's delete this. We're not doing that. And we're gonna say, getting the same type of power-up will level it up and scale. Well, maybe you should look it up. I've seen the game. I don't know. I mean, we're not making a skate game. I assume you get like combos and stuff for doing flip-de-doos and pop shove-its and kick flips. It's literally what you are making. Really? Do you attack things in Pro Skater? Late greetings. Hi, Ironic. You skateboard, swing around in an open but closed map and do objectives. Shoot. Huh. So I probably need to rethink this then a little bit. It's a sandbox game with objectives, no goal besides the movement. I'd like there to be a goal here. Spent some amount of hours in it back in the day. What I think could be cool then. Let's see. That's what I see now, at least. After you explain the objectives. Yeah. I mean, yeah, basically. The idea here, but with combat involved and like increasing your abilities, getting stronger. That's kind of the idea. I'd really like to do... I like the idea of getting... This is the big thing. I like the idea of getting enhancements and then being able to not only get these enhancements, but to combine them and synergize with them. So that's where like the goo types would kind of come into play here. It's like, oh, if you scale up your... If we do that scaling thing as well. Ask anything. Go for it. Does any of that need to be in a roguelite package? No. I'm using the word roguelike just to better describe it, because a roguelite basically has these power-ups that go together. You can just get them as normal rewards. Wouldn't that make it a roguelite? Because isn't the main definition of a roguelite is you are powering up and scaling? No? Oh, what is a roguelike? Let's read AI. What does AI have to say? It is characterized by permadeath, permanent death, and procedural... Oh, proc gen. Ah, no. We're not making that then. Yeah, no. We're just making a game. That's what we're calling it, a game. We don't need a title of what it is. So you go through. Do objectives. Get a random reward. Maybe what we could do is you have to get some random reward to break the center thing to get the boss. And then once you kill the boss, the door will unlock. So then that way, we still keep the rewards randomized, but it gives the player the agency to pick, say they get it in their first power up, their first thing they get, and they get the thing that's able to destroy this. The player can choose if they want to take it on and try it and fail, or if they want to stick around longer, complete more things, and get stronger before taking the boss on. No, that's bad. Oh. Don't randomly give the player that. Kathon cameo? What? Problem is, I had an idea that I mentioned, but it was not a good idea. Or Pitworm from opposing. Nobody will randomly get that. Randomly start the boss fight, then think, okay, I'm not supposed to fight it now. I have to keep grinding. You don't think anyone would think that? Maybe it's something they have to work for. Let's see what I wrote. See if there's anything in here that I wrote down that would be helpful. Here it is. So I said the original loop was you start with the grapple and the goo spitting ability, you battle the waves and evolve your goo, get synergized enhancements, battle a boss every X waves, complete objectives to unlock new powers, and that's just score chasing. But apparently that's not good. Like Dark Souls, where if there's a boss, it's going to be a specific room. Well, I don't want to make extra rooms. That's the other thing, is we do have to, like, there is a level of overscope that we have to be careful of. And not just overscope, but like skill deficiency. And I think keeping it to one room is going to be the best play for me, because I'm not a level designer yet. If I can just focus on making one good room, I think that would be good. Boom. Now, if I was cracked at Blender and stuff, then yeah, sure. For sure. Make multiple rooms. Maybe make a giga map. But I think I gotta keep it relatively small. There is the realistic part of it. You're going. What you're actually making here is a game where a boss has 8 lights on it. And the 8 things you have to do to make the lights change. And when you do, the boss fight starts. And then you escape after beating it. Yeah. Yeah, basically. Basically, yeah. And then throughout that process, you're just getting stronger. Getting different power-ups. Trying to synergize them. Yeah. Yeah. Cut away all the roguelike progression stuff. That's what the game is. It's just a normal game. Just a normal game. Well, we don't want just a normal game. That might be too boring then. Your goal is to escape the lab, but not before causing havoc and unleashing the mega boss. The mega boss. Or the boss. Who turns on you after unleashing the mega boss and defeating it. Sure. Send you the designs from bosses I mentioned? Gotcha. Boom. Ideas when a room fills up? Oh, yes. Because I was thinking that was going to be part of the boss ability there. Is it would fill it in. Gas piece, grapple, score chaser. Because I wanted to do score chasing as well. Crap. Let's do this in bold. You don't quite require a boss to move. Model lower half, quite simple but effective. Yeah. I was thinking like not a very crazy moving boss, having weak points on it. All the best games are normal games. Strip away the polished and fancy stuff, and they're just that. Normal games. Is this true? Because in my mind, when I'm hearing this, it's like, it sounds too normal of a game to where why would anyone want to play it? Like, why would people want that on Steam? I think people like and this is definitely me projecting what I like, but I think people like the replayability of games. Being able to get like a bang for your buck, if you will. What up, K-Mac? Yeah, it's projecting. Because a lot of people I've talked to, they say the way they plan if they're going to get a game is they go, how much time am I going to get out of this game? Save yourself the pain. Just create one of those games where you jump in and enemies are everywhere and the player has a bunch of weapons scattered all over the place. You can go out, go all out in the VFX, and yeah, just scrap a boring story, make something actually fun. I mean, that was kind of the initial idea, Phil, and that's what Bear Attack Simulator was the beginnings of that, and that didn't perform well because we found out that we got the addicting part down. Well, that's my type of fun. Well, is that, Phil? What did you think of Bear Attack Simulator then? Because that was kind of the whole plan there. I had to compete with Ultra Kill, Dusk, and the likes. It's kind of hard, isn't it? No idea. Like, I wouldn't even tackle that. Well, for me, it's a lot more about just playing a fun game. I don't necessarily have a ton of time to play, and I don't mind paying $10 for a 2-hour experience that I really enjoy. That's the thing, Zart, is I agree with that. But this game isn't 2 hours without replayability. Like, we're looking at a 15-minute game. Because no one's going to spend 2 hours in this singular room getting power-ups just to escape one time. That's the big thing that's getting me. It's like, if you don't have the replayability, have a look at a game about feeding a black hole. Yeah, that's from holy crap. Why am I blanking on his name? I was just watching him. Holy crap. Why am I... What am I thinking of? I've seen the game though, yes. Yeah, they're definitely not going to spend 15 hours in this room because it has random loot. Right. Almost out of data. Have a good one, Kavino. Thank you, We Are Void. Have a great one. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, that's the big problem. Slapping half-baked roguelite drops and enhancements in a bad game won't make it fun. Well, yeah, I agree with that for sure. But we have the mechanics or the startings of a good game, which is inherently the grappling, the smashing, and even the goo ball, the bouncy goo balls are quite fun. So we have the base bones of a good game. It's just figuring out where do we go with it to make it extra fun. I definitely think adding all of those power-ups and stuff and the roguelite drops and enhancement stuff is going to add on to the base for sure. Like, that will definitely add on to it. I don't think so. You don't think that would add on to it? Well, let me ask you then. What was Gooey's Adventure 1 more fun when you had 100 upgrades collected? Yes. Hands down, absolutely. And that was the problem, is it was only fun when you had over 100 power-ups. Like, you had a whole bunch of them. Then it was fun. Because you're kicking butt, taking names, destroying things, going crazy. That was fun. I feel the environment would benefit from movement. Yes. It was still the same boring game to me. That's because we didn't have the bones. The bones of the game was boring. That was the issue. And so you pump on a bunch of enhancements, and then it becomes fun. So now imagine this version where the bones of the game already are fun, and then you slap on all of that stuff. So exact game has poison damage on slam and has the ball. What changes? Let's see if we made some updates to the goo game. Of the ground smash thing, new character. Oh yeah. This was just we did this a while ago. So this is the exact game, has poison damage and a slam on the ball. What changes? You become stronger, so you can take on more enemies. You can take on tougher enemies. Kind of the idea there. But it's like, why are you taking them on? Because you're trying to escape the lab. And so as you're trying to escape the lab, we add an enemy that will pull you down from the rope. We got to make them attack more often, because right now a lot of these guys are just scaredy cats. That's just a behavior switch, though, and just making it so they don't immediately start running away. Yeah, I like the bear game. So I'm still playing COD World at War Zombies from 2008 because it's replayable. Games with stories are like movies. You can only watch them so many times. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I think finally someone who gets it. I mean, that's what I've been saying this whole time, is I think those are the ones. We just have to figure out what is the reason for attacking these. Like, In zombies, you're trying to defend yourself, try to survive. I think that's what we do here. But what we can do... I mean, screw it. What if we just go back to the original plan of the goal is to survive as long as possible, kill as many enemies as possible, and then we have the, where is it? The goo rise. So the goo is rising up. Oh, it's going to rise up in a sec, isn't it? Yep, there it goes. The goo's rising up, or lava, we'll say, whatever. And you do the objectives to lower the rise. Boom. And give yourself more time while you're going ahead and destroying all of the enemies, doing the objectives to get stronger. And then every X amount of waves, there's a boss fight. I mean, allow enemies to swing too? Yes, no, absolutely. I want to have enemies that not only swing, but will do a big jump. I just want to point out, it was never my idea that the lava was rising. I think grappling platform games should have a permanent lava floor. Otherwise, there's no point in swinging. Well, the point in swinging for a game like this is for movement, just because it's fun, but also for dodging enemies. It's just making traversal more fun. If all the combat's happening on the floor, swinging makes you invincible. Yes, but they clash. It doesn't make sense. Well, not all the combat's going to be happening on the floor either. All the combat would be happening because we'd also have enemies that will knock you down, will trap you, will rope you, stun you, and so they pull you down. Adam, welcome in. How are you doing? What were you working on? Because it's fun, indeed. Spider-Man isn't swinging just because the floor is full of lava. Right, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. How are y'all doing? What were y'all working on? We are currently... Oh, also, wait. There we go, Skelly Seller. We're currently planning out our next game. And we're talking a lot about how to actually do this. Still just annihilating my to-do list for Skelly Seller, mostly quality of life and polish. Let's go. That's awesome. That's awesome. For those of you who don't know what Adam's doing, working on Skelly Seller right now. Boom. Bang. Beautiful. It's a laid-back, idle game set in a vibrant fantasy world. Your skeleton shopkeeper who hires adventurers to collect loot for you after and your untimely demise. Sorry, my brain is also fried right now. Absolutely fried. Boom, boom. So this is the game we're working on right now. And maybe someone will be able to help us out figuring this out. So we're thinking something to do with this grapple mechanic we got working. Because the grapple is really nice and it feels good. There's some like minor tweaks I gotta do to the momentum. But you grapple around, you go to the enemies, boom, slam into them. And then, boom. And you can shoot them with like a bouncy goo ball and that kind of stuff. Boom. So have enemies try to kill you. Maybe you're green goo. Enemies are red goos. You consider a foreigner or different colors. Enemy tribes. Yep. Tribes win. Anyways, good luck. Thank you, Phil. Appreciate it. But I think what we're going to do is go back to our original plan. We were trying to get... Whoa. We were trying to get a little, I think, too complex with it by making it a non-replayable game. I think that's a mistake. What I think we want to do is go into more towards the roguelite section. So the idea here is you're trying to last as long as possible. Or at least this is the first initial idea we're going with. You're trying to last as long as possible. And potentially the idea is the lab that you're in is currently exploding and filling up with goo. So as you see here. So you goo rope around, you swing around. Whoa. Goo rope around, swing around to do objectives that will lower the goo and also provide you with enhancements. Stuff like making that smash ability you saw bigger and stronger. Things like changing the type of goo that you have. So maybe you have more acidic goo. Vampire Survivors Black Mesa Edition? Yeah. More akin to that, yeah. That's kind of the idea. Alternatively, we could, because the Goo Rising does give a little bit of like urgency to complete different objectives and get stronger. Yeah. Hey, Kavino, does Godot have a terminal? It does. It does indeed. You can do the console version. Boom. Boom. Bam. I gotta figure out that though. So wait, the idea for the stream for now is to figure out the direction of the game. Basically, Adam. Basically, we've had a lot of games where we're like so close to finding the fun. It's always a crisis. Listen. We released the #1 free 3D mobile game with complex mechanics developed in Godot in 2024/2025, and then we immediately fell off. Immediately. Trying to figure out the next game to do. It's like Adam's every stream. Yeah, but Adam's got a game. That's the thing. Adam's got a game, a focus, and is at least working on it. I mean, yeah, some days he's adding roguelite stuff. Other days he's adding new quests and whatnot. But at least he's got the game, you know? We don't have the game yet. We're thinking about doing... Because we were going to do our latest game, which was also the best game I've made so far, or I've programmed so far. And that was Bear Attack Simulator. We were going to extend this out and make it an actual Steam release. But then we realized it wasn't the thing that made the game fun, which it didn't, by the way, it did not perform. So that was already the signals we had for not a good game. But the things that made it fun was purely just the energy drink buff. And that energy drink buff was part of the screenshot. Your character and your colors flash all these beautiful Mario colors going crazy. And it turns out we were just feeding addiction. We weren't actually making it fun. You realize that the guy in the square shooting wave games suck, and now you're making another one. That's not the case though, ironic. It's not that, because look at Megabonk, look at Vampire Survivor, look at Brotato. There's guys in a square shooting things. Binding of Isaac. Every single roguelite around, you're in a square shooting enemies. It's a thing that works. We know it works. Adam learns. Wow, I also didn't do the shout out. Let me get that going. Boom. If anyone's not following Adam, I don't know what you're doing, by the way. You should. Highly recommend. Boom. All right, let's see here. So, yeah. Can you make it like Parasite? What's Parasite? Lord Bunch, thank you for the follow. Welcome to our team. You now have access to our beautiful and immaculate team emotes you can use to help people in the team. Kavino, I know what you need to do. Build a bunch of game systems that you can use in different combinations, so every time you change your mind, you'll have to just swap out a couple actors instead. Mutant Monster escapes lab. That's basically what it is. You're the mutant monster. Evolves and stuff. That's what I wanted to do originally. Is I wanted to take this little Godzilla guy. He's a little ugly. I understand. I was gonna make him better. But you start off as him. You're using your arms to swing around, and then you can you evolve. So you get bigger. You become more like a Godzilla type deal. And we could even start off as like, you start off as this little guy, and then you go from there. Yeah. Make a Megabonk, like, if that's what you want to make. Yeah, it's more about what's gonna perform best. But you better make it fast and better than all the other guys that are well into their own Megabonk clones. We're not making a Megabonk clone. We're not doing that. I don't think that's a good idea. Hazardous ground is fine and all, but what about hazardous walls that send out lasers? Ooh, I like that. For what it's worth, the game reminds me a bit of Risk of Rain 2, or at least 1 or 2 characters from it. Yeah, I could see that. Which is wild that I'm making a game like that, because Risk of Rain 2 is the only game on Steam, or actually only game period, I have ever returned. I don't know why. It's just something about Risk of Rain just didn't mesh with me. I didn't like it. I don't know why. I played it for like an hour and a half straight, and I tried so hard to like it, and I just couldn't. Also give enemies explosives. Yes. So I think we're just gonna send the original plan, and if it fails, it fails. I think we're at the point where we just need to get something done, and hope and pray that we make the $100 back from Steam, so we can at least be at a positive. Positive being we learned a lot from the project, and then of course didn't lose $100. So the idea here is, let's see, the lab meltdown. It's kind of like maybe your decontamination bot needs to sludge yourself to make, but makes it slow. So you swing, you're swatting all the bad from the goop. Oh, that's a different take on it for sure. You could flip it around, basically. That is a thought. That is a thought. Also, my music went away. What the heck? Where's my music? There we go. Boom. Oh, now my thing's gone. There we go. Weird. So we start with the grappling and the spitting ability. We will battle waves of the scientists, which, by the way, for the scientists, we're trying to take inspiration from Halo's grunts, and using the different behavior controls that they have for those enemies. Instead of it just being boring enemies that are walking at you, we want to make it a lot more complex. You just spiral out of control to clean yourself. That would be pretty good. So over time, you become more gooey. I could see that. Then we complete objectives to unlock new powers. And then we can pick the meta upgrades to carry over to the next run. Speaking of switching around, it might work if every enemy you destroyed actually filled the place with goo. You beat a level by filling it up. You could even have a pacifist way of accomplishing this, and goo swimming abilities let you traverse a filled arena. That would be good. That would be good. But the other problem is I'm not looking to build multiple levels. I'm trying to keep just one map, because my blender skills are to be desired. So I think it would be easier for me, and I would probably make something better if I just focused on building one map. I think so. So that's kind of the idea here. That's why I want to make just one singular place. I think what I have to do is, this game is very similar to what we have here in the previous Goo game. The size? No, a little bit bigger. It's basically taking this game that we have here, and scaling it down. So instead of having the Goo King and all of the mastery and the ability swaps and stuff, I don't think we need that. I think instead we would just go, whoa, this is taking a long time to load. We just go straight into the maps. Wow. Our new goo swinging feels so much better. Holy crap. I didn't realize that until now. We really updated it. Like, really updated it. Huh. Wow. I did not notice that. But yeah, I think that might have to be the play. All right, let's do we started working on one power up. We also have the enemies. We have the smashing. Let's get I guess what we could do is we have the abilities going. So we need to set up the abilities, actually. That's what we need to do. Set up the enhancements, set up the abilities, and get going with that. Yeah. So what we'll do, what is the reason to replay? Your progression? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. is it's going to be kind of like every roguelite where each time you replay, you get stronger. It's basically score chasing. So I figured out how to use something like Tallow for a leaderboard, which I think is really cool. Really, really cool. Leaderboards, and you can see here, like, this is our Bear Attack Simulator leaderboard here, which I think is really cool. I figured out how to set this up, so we could do something like this in this game. So it's a mixture of being top of the leaderboard, so score chasing, and then just getting achievements and progressing. So getting stronger each run. That's really the big one that I can think of. Yeah. I really need to sit down though and like fully I think what I do is I just sit down, take the base idea that I had, work on it, and then we just send it. That's it. Like full goggles on, beam of focus, and send it on this. I think that's the play. Although I know, like, realistically doing prototypes and stuff like that makes a lot of sense. It does, but I don't know if I don't know. I feel like I'm wasting and using up so much time not submitting things, not like actually releasing things, and just making prototype after prototype after prototype after prototype, only to trash it. Instead of score chasing, you could target time chasing, like who can get 60,000 points the quickest. Oh yeah. Think being hard on yourself, you're learning a lot in this process. Absolutely. Wolfie, thank you for the follow. Welcome to our team. But that's the other thing, Adam. If I'm not hard on myself, like who's going to be, you know? And I don't think, for me personally, I think I need to release things if I want to call myself a game dev. For me personally. Yeah. I think that's the big thing. I need to release something. And I just need to keep releasing things and keep going from there. So, yeah. If only you would pick one thing and then focus on that instead of a 3D combat platform or roguelite. What do you mean by that, Ironic? Like, I know you really, really don't like any kind of combat in games. We just got rid of the multiplayer thing. That's true. We did remove multiplayer for now. Unfortunately. But I think we just send this game and then go from there. Don't even bother prototyping anymore. Just, although I know the prototyping's good, but okay, good luck. Yeah, I think that's might have to be the play. Out of curiosity, what are your top few? I would love to clone that kind of games. Example mines are Kirby Air Ride, Salad, Redungeon, and Magic Carpet 2. There's one, Adam. There's one dream game of mine. That dream game would be a PvP game, like an arena-based PvP game, third person. That would be I would love to clone that kind of game. Like, think WoW Arena, something along the lines of that. That would be the I would love to clone that type of thing. So Library Example Project. No, Library Example Project is a shooter. I wouldn't want a shooter. I like the having classes and abilities and then figuring out how to use your crowd control to stun the enemy so then you can kill the other guy, like a 3v3 type of deal. Maybe 5v5, but really 3v3 is the big one. Maybe take parts of that idea you like and make them into a game. That's the thing. They're all kind of reliant on each other. Like Smite, no. Because Smite is still closer to League where you're like clicking to move and stuff. I don't like that. I like the WASD. You're not taking on You're not taking on lanes or anything like that. It's purely just 3 people versus 3 people, and then they duke it out. I haven't played Deadlock, actually. Maybe think of what you personally like of games. For instance, I love cars. That's regards to learning how to make a racing game. I'd like to make a game like Nine Souls, specifically the combat mechanics. Ooh, I haven't heard of that game either. What's that all about? I mean, I've heard of Deadlock. Have you seen Paragon? No, I don't think I've seen Paragon before. Boom. Oh, bam. Like, that's cool. The body's a little messed up. You should challenge yourself to release a new game every month for 1 year. So 1 month dev, max game. Even if it flops, you'll have a bunch of games under your belt. You know, Phil, that is where I've been leaning towards, is doing something like that. Because I have to remember, like, part of me is going, oh, I really need to release a successful game. But the other part of me is like, yo, Cavino, you're not good enough at game dev yet to be able to do that. What are you even thinking? What are you even thinking? So yeah, part of me does think like that, where maybe we do try to spend a month to release a game and just keep releasing them. But specifically, I'd probably up it to 2 months and release specifically on Steam. Have like an actual release. Because I don't count, and this is gonna be crazy, but I personally don't count itch games as releases. I don't count these as releases. Nine Souls is like Sekiro and Hollow Knight had a kid. 2D platformer with a heavy combat focus, including parrying, combined with great storytelling. Oh, it's fun, hard, but fair. Game with incredible boss fights. Oh. Huh. Crazy. Cool. Okay. For real, right now, you just need to have fun and release something. Anything, 2 months per game works. I think so. I think it's to the point where I haven't released anything in 8 months. That is absurd. Haven't released anything in 8 months. Just gross. Boom. And what is this? Oh, that's because the drones are gross. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set up the ability, because I haven't done anything yet. Let's do, do I do an ability manager similar, basically copying out what we did here with an ability manager? Maybe that is the play. Let's see. Let's go back to our player. Boom. Does it make sense to have an ability manager for 2 abilities? Probably not. But then again, maybe that's okay. And then how did I call the ability manager in here? I would do... That's mouse hover results, floor collisions, pause camera. That's for dashing. Okay, which is an ability. Very simple physics process with no states. Health. Tree. I think you should do it. It would be fun to see you whack out a game every couple of months. In time, you'll become the guy who's already got a new release around the corner. Yeah. I agree with that, Phil. I agree. Because as much as I would love to spend like a year working on a singular game, I don't think my skill set is there yet. Not yet. Ability manager dash area. Okay, so it doesn't actually call this anywhere. Yeah, and instead what we would have to do is in the physics process here, when we launch the slam, we'll call it from the ability manager. Yeah. All right, we're gonna do a component for it. Whole component system. Node. Oh, not a 3D. Node. Call this ability manager. And then, boom. Abilities. Do the goo rope in here though. Well, I wish you luck as always, but I gotta get going. Feel free to bounce ideas off me if you want. By all, sounds good, Adam. I probably will. But thank you for the raid. I'll catch you later, Adam. Boom. And then boom. Class name, ability manager. There we go. And then what we'll do here is we'll do probably the unhandled input. Yeah, but let's do 2 abilities. So we'll do, actually, let's do this. Do a node, boom, create. We'll name it ability. And then we will add a script to it. And then open, create, class, name, ability. And what we want in this ability is we are going to want, ooh, not in the debug, player, save. We'll do, let's do an auto load for our enums. So we'll do a folder, call it auto loads. It's because I like it up top. Create script, and we'll call it enums. Create enums, and then we'll do boom enum abilities. We'll call goo slam and goo ball. Cool. Let's do, could DM Plobby right now and be like, yo, I need you to clear your calendar for the next year. Nah, Plobby's trying to work on his own game right now. That's a good idea though. It's a good idea. Boom, boom. I like working with Plobby. Boom. Bam. Hello there. I have a question. Hello there, Okidokio. I might have an answer. Okay. Abilities. So then in ability, I can do export var ability type as enums dot abilities. Then we want to do a, it's basically just take what we did before, but make it simpler. Okay. So we have an ability type. We have enhancements. Why is AWS DNS messed up? Reminds me of the CloudStrike incident. I don't have the answer for that one, unfortunately. I know they were having problems of some sort. I do know that. But that's all I know, unfortunately. Enhancements. So we can do a export var enhancements as an array of enhancement. Bam. Still having issues. Oh, they are still? They've been having issues all day. All day. Fortnite went down. Oh, the world's ending. Oh no. Not Fortnite. could just snag all that. I think that'll work, actually. I can just delete from here. Copy. Do you feel bad for people booking through Delta? Why? Wait, what's up with Delta? And then timer as cooldown timer to use AWS. Ah, that's rough. So we got stats. We have the cooldown. We don't need an ability cost. Cost level. We don't need. Boom. Then cooldown, speed, cast time. We don't really need a cast time. They're all instant. We can actually leave that though. Yeah, I have an idea for that. Ability max and min. Delete that. There we go. Okay. Do you think the beard floating head man would know? I doubt it. I doubt it. I don't know if anyone knows besides people working there right now. I don't know. No, what? Why AWS is down? Do I need this to level up like that? I don't think I need to level it up. Yeah, I don't need level upgrades. And then boom. 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 Severity. Oh. What happened? It just says what they found. Looks like they don't know yet. Oof. Cooldown, ability damage, max and min. Cooldown timer, no, there. Ray of enhancements. Amazon works perfectly fine. And they probably have backups on backups on backups for that. They gotta have backups on backups on backups for sure. We're basically taking the blueprints from this and then applying. Yeah. Do that. And then ability. Like so. Player. Okay. Now what we do is we make a we don't need a scene actually. Instead I just go player, node, create, call this Gooball ability, add a script, open, create, class name, Gooball ability, extends ability, delete that, Gooball, that's already somewhere. I see. Gooball ability. There we are. Oh wait, I did that wrong. Ability. And then remove that. Add a new one. Gooball ability. Load. Nodes. Assign. Why did that not work? There we go. Gooball ability. And then I just take the ability manager, do abilities, right? Action pressed. Abilities dot dash. Wait, what the heck is regular? Oh, there it is. So I don't need the exported array. Why was I using this array? Oh, for the class sizes, that's why. Okay. So an ability manager. Abilities. OnReady var Gooball has an ability equals unique Gooball ability. There we are. Okay. Let's make it local. That would just be easier. Enhancements. Save that. Oh, maybe I should have not done that. Yeah, because now if I change anything in ability, that won't. Oh, it extends it though. That should be fine. Yeah. Okay. Ability manager. Gooball ability. We can do boom. Func unhandled input if event dot is action pressed think it's gonna be left click. No, right click. I think I'm switching that back. Right click. We need to go into here and take this. Like that. We also need the can cast. Which I should do here. Function for can cast. Level up. Oh, there's none. Why is there not a can cast in there? Oh, can cast ability. I see what I did. I see. So I handle it in the manager. Func can cast, taking in a ability as an ability, outputting a bool. And then we just return. How's it going? It's going. It's going. Ability dot cooldown timer dot is stopped. Yeah. About how I feel today? Yeah. It's mostly just the brain. My brain just fried like an hour ago. A little over an hour ago. And it just hasn't bounced back. It's just been just dying more and more. Slowly falling. Let's see if can't cast goo ball, then we do is shooting true. Shoot goo ball. And the way I did it here is cast. But where did I make it so you can hold to shoot? Let's look in here. Oh, is holding. True. False. So it flips that on. And then I assume it's a timer timeout. Yep. Special attacks, ability function. Okay, I see. Boom. Let's do this. If can cast goo ball. Is there space there? There we go. Then is shooting equals true. You need a variable. Is shooting bool. Is shooting is true. If can cast goo ball. Is shooting is true. Then we'll also call the shoot and we'll start the timer. Right? Shoot, start timer. Shoot, start timer. Yeah, that's the ready. So func, ready. And then we do goo ball dot ability cooldown timer dot timeout connect func if not is shooting, turn. Otherwise, we'll do func shoot goo ball void pass goo ball dot, we'll just do dot shoot, and then goo ball dot ability cooldown timer start, like that. And then dot shoot, save, and then it's holding as false, but we also have to cast and start the timer. So cast and start the timer, good. Oh wait, no, it's not in here though. So we need to do gooball dot shoot, gooball dot ability. I don't like it being called ability cooldown timer. Cooldown timer. Cooldown timer. Boom. Yeah, that's better. Dot cooldown timer start. Cooldown timer start. And then elif event dot is action released, right click, is shooting false, like so. And then this should be the ability dot cooldown timer is stopped. Cool. That should be good. Now we need to take the actual shooting function of this. But before we do that, let's do left click shooting. Like so. Let's remove the is shooting bool. And then no attack timer. Boom. There we go. Don't need any of that. Perfect. So now we have the goo ball ability, and we need to tell it to shoot. So shoot goo. Copy. Paste. And then don't start the timer. We can do a export var goo ball as a packed scene. Equals ability damage. We don't need this. we need the if player dot state is player dot state player dot velocity player dot camera player dot projectile marker. Quick load. Goo ball. There we are. Yeah. And then I think what I also need to do is set the timer wait time. I guess not. Yeah, I guess not. So now I need to do the enhancements. Yeah. Let's see if the shoot's gonna work though. I think that's step one. Make sure this is turned off. Oh, wait. And then our other problem is our goo rope is going to let's do left click. I just like it better that way. Oh, because there's no player on the ability manager. We don't even need to do that. Player.current. Cooldown timer. Play. There we go. Oh, I can't shoot multiple. Oh, and I don't have the release. Rope. Left. Click. There we are. Then we do now, why wasn't this working? So let's go into here. Go into the goo ball. Like so. And we can do bounce count, damage, projectile speed. Okay. Let's do we need bounce count, size, and then goo ball dot projectile speed. We already have damage. Hey, what's bouncing here? Brainoid. We have decided we're just sending it. We haven't released a game in so long that we just need to send a game. No more play testing, no more prototyping. I'm sick of not releasing a game, Brainoid. I'm sick of it. I need to get progress. So we're just gonna send this idea, and then if it flops, it flops. That's what we're going with. But we're starting off with this whole goo grappling type idea thing. So, oh, I have it broken right now. Yeah. It's kind of broken a lot right now, but you grapple around, slam into the ground, shoot your goo ball, which is very broken right now. Because I'm refactoring it a little bit, how the abilities work, so then it'll be easier to manipulate and add enhancements for. But yeah, that's the idea. And that's what we're doing. Making like you're not like escaping the lab. The lab's just melting down, and you're just trying to destroy everything, kill everyone, get a score. Oh, that's broken too. It's all breaking right now. But yeah, that's what we're doing. Let's see, ability. Also, why is my music? Oh, because my thing's not showing. That's fun. All right, let's see here. Where was I? I was doing the goo ball. That's the squish, the stretch, the original. Do that. Entered, popped. This is where I do the visuals. Okay. Damage, projectile speed, bounce count. Damage, projectile speed, bounce count. We already have damage. We need goo ball dot projectile speed equals ability speed, like so. And then we can set ability speed to be, what did I have it at? 35. Player ability speed 35. Damage 30. Ability cooldown will be 0.25. And see what that does. And then goo rope. I also have to do it here. Another player move you could add, that would be fun. It would also be like a Sonic the Hedgehog thing where he spins on the spot, blasts forward, knocking down enemies, bowling ball. That could work. I do want to keep the scope low because we're going to build it in 2 months. And so if we're building it in 2 months, there we go. Oh, now I can't shoot after that. Weird. If I'm building it in 2 months, then we got to keep it pretty low, especially so we can get more upgrades and all that handled. Why is my shot not working now? Ability manager. Is shooting true. If can cast, which is goo ball ability, cooldown timer is stopped. Oh, it's not a one shot. That's why. Like so. That's fair. Did I hear 2 months? Yeah, that's the something like that. Something like that. Equals ability cooldown. Yeah, that's right. So why are you not shooting properly? There we go. Oh, okay, that fixed it. Cool. Sweet. There we go. Cool. Do a level design, get help or use free assets and such. I'm gonna start with some free assets, but I think I'm just gonna try to make them myself, Wait, is that a baby slime? It is. It is indeed. And then we can put little legs on him. Hup. The legs are just doing, they just increase your jump height right now. But I think this would be cool to have like little tiny things that, not tiny things, but like things you can pick up that your slime wears, or like you wear, and then they can break. I think that would be really cool. Part of like the temporary power-ups. This version's definitely better than the other. I think so too. Because I knew we had something there with it. I gotta fix those. Oh, boom. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is kind of sick. I think so. The question is, do we, with the player, do we want the upgrades on the player to just make him grow bigger? As in, like, all of a sudden he gets a little body and then gets legs and then arms until you turn into a Goozilla? Maybe. Maybe. I think that could be cool. We'll see, though. We shall see. Kind of like you evolve. Goozilla's funny. I thought it was too. Like, because you're in a lab and you're an experiment. Is that within your ability to make? I think so. I think so. If you have robot upgrades, that feels counterintuitive to the growth of the actual Goo character. That's a good point too. Yeah. That's another good point. Legs for like power-ups. That's what I was thinking. How many rigs does that need with different animations? I think like 3. Not even. Because like this doesn't really need anything to it. I can just tween the figure out a way to tween it or even just add a skeleton to it of some sort. I don't know, I'll have to think about that. But it shouldn't be too bad. Shouldn't be too bad. Alright, let's see. More intricate vehicles and suits for you to wear would be cool if you could do both. And just make the new suits require the character to grow as well. I think that would be, yeah. That would be cool. That would add a lot. Because I like this idea where like you can put them on and they act as like a little buff as well. It's kind of like having the energy drink buff in a way. You can feel further ahead when the level isn't so basic. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. Tomorrow I want to dive into making the map, I think. I think so. Because I want to get some more stuff. Zoomer Boomer Tumor Cat. This actually looks fun. Animation's nice, concept nice, flow nice, looks fine too. You're getting good. Good job. Thank you, Zoomer Boomer Tumor Cat. We're trying. We're trying. I think it's a good idea. But we'll see. Same position as look at failed. It's in the goo ball. That's fine. Do you allow a humble question before I drop out again? How do you do that crazy slime arm? Humble question. So that one is using Hooke's Law. Basically, we're taking a path. Oops. We're taking a path and we shoot the path point, like the very front point. We shoot it to wherever we want to collide. And then we stretch the arm out on that. So it looks like this. It's a path 3D. And then this is what it looks like. So you get a model with a bunch of bones on it. And then you have the path point and where is it? When we shoot, so we're also using Hooke's Law to get the swinging. And then we add our own velocities and all that before we can actually, so we can actually like get a good movement feeling going. But Ironic made the mesh for it. So he was using blend shapes for that. And then you just tween the blend shape of the rope, so to stretch it, to the target ray's collision point, target ray being from the player. So the player shoots a ray cast out. That ray cast will then determine what it's looking at. So it will say, am I looking at a floor, a wall, nothing? And depending on that, it will do different actions. So if it's looking at the floor, it won't do anything. If it's looking at nothing, then it will fail the launch. So it'll just shoot out and then come back. And if it's looking at a wall, then we launch it. So we play the little shoot sound, set the length, cooldown timer on it. Player enters their swinging state, and that's really it. You just tween the position of the path point to the target position, and then you go. We add a little initial velocity. This is our own velocity solution. Handling the grapple. This is where Hooke's Law takes into account. This is just regular old Hooke's Law. And then on the retract, that is where we also do our own velocity solution to add more oomph to the swing. Yeah. All right, let's see. So now we do... Is there a way... Path 3D. Actually, let's go back to the shoot. We have to focus on that first. Bounce count size. Other GUI applications. Okay. Multi-shot. AoE shot. Bam. I think that's the play. If player is swinging, then we add the velocity to it. Projectile speed, which is already set. Cool. Save that. But I just realized what time it was. I am starving. Absolutely starving. So, alrighty, folks. We are calling it here today. I'm hungry. It is time for food. So I will catch all of you tomorrow. We're gonna raid out to boom. Yeah, Hooke's Law. You probably use simple explicit Euler, right? Spring isn't too crazy stiff after all. The complex part of it's probably from your specific logic, but generally, how's your mesh follow the curve? How does the mesh follow the curve? That's a good question, actually. I think it was from... Because it's attached to the... Like, it's on the character body itself. And then when we handle the swing state, here, enter swinging state, state.swinging. I don't quite remember. Where is it? Here it is. So we just do our velocity to our direction. Our direction is being set from... Where is our direction being set from, actually? Wait. Swinging, direction. I forgot what's setting our direction. I think our direction's being set from the goo rope, if I'm not mistaken. Failed goo launch. Player swinging state. No, it's not. Oh no, it just adds the velocity. So the rope itself is launching the player, changing the velocity of it. That's what's happening. So we pull the player's velocity to the player's forward axis times the amount that gives the front swing. And then in the handle grapple, where we're doing it, it's just part of Hooke's law. So we're just changing the player's velocity based off of Hooke's law. So we're just adding the force times delta to that. That's all that's happening. Getting the dot to our direction being the direction to the target location, being the place that we shot. And so it swings off there. I hope that makes sense. But anyways, I will catch you all tomorrow. We're going to build out the map. We're just sending this idea. I think that's it. I'm done making prototypes. I really am. I don't think prototypes are for me right now. I don't. I think we just send it. And if we fail, we fail. It's all good. I just want to get something done, you know? It feels like we're not getting anything done. No progress made. Just want to do it. Looks like mesh is bending. Perhaps it isn't. Oh, the bending of the mesh is from the rope itself. I'm purposefully bending the rope so it looks more gooey. But yes, anyways, I will catch you all tomorrow. Have a great one. Spam the emotes if you got them. You need a win. We all need a win these days. Exactly, Phil. Exactly. All right, 3, 2, 1. Boop. All right, you